there's big changes that keep happening. I want to give you guys an idea of Australia. There is a town, Fngr, okay, which is a western town in Australia. And they had 3 bank branches there, Westpac, Commonwealth, and NEB. Okay? Not a real big town, but they had 3 different bank branches, and slowly they started to leave. So eventually, no bank branches. And this is recent. Okay? So what they found as a solution to this is that people could go to Kohl's stores, which is like a department store, and they were allowed to cash checks and get access to cash at these Kohl's. Okay, $400 at a time. It was great. So
leave that off. So at 12:30, 10 minutes, 9 minutes, I'm going to call in and be on Ham's call, but we're not going to ask any questions, and we're just going to do it the way he wants to have it done. Hi, Anthony. I'm sorry for the noise. I was actually going to do a video today on TLO, and then a video on CAUD, a video on Fngr, and probably one on logic just short on a trade. But God, they're out there digging up the street, and you can hear it. It's nonstop. I don't know why the noise doesn't end. They're also building a house down next 3 doors down. But anyway, Ham is going to have me call in 8 minutes now, and it'll be, he says 30 minutes. I bet it goes a little bit longer than 30 minutes, and we'll listen to it. I really appreciate everybody. I'm not that comfortable asking for contributions. I've never asked before. And so you can determine the level of urgency that I would be asking. But I put my Venmo in some, I don't see anything that I've done properly, but I put the Venmo in the description. I've tried to, whoever, the 2 guys that asked me for PayPal, I tried to do it. It took me half an hour this morning. They communicated with my email. I was able to change my password, but still I could not sign in for some reason. It says some of my data is wrong. I don't know. I don't know what to do about that. I will work on it. It's always the user. It's always the nut behind the wheel. But anyway, I'm going to New York for Fngr this weekend. I have several things I've got to cover, and I do want to travel to try to make my contacts help us for both the exchange and the possibility of setting up Ham's strategy, not only of an exchange in the Middle East, but also the 24-hour I don't know what to call it, media platform discussing stocks and basically making it hell for the short sellers. Yesterday, I don't think we went through any of these stocks per se. GTI in December was 42 cents, December 18th. Today, I tried to get my dividend shares issued to me. It's a significant amount of shares. And E-Trade said, well, let me put you on hold, sir. 20 minutes. Well, I've notified the people you spoke with last week, we have, I've told them to continue working on it. I said, that's not an answer. What's to work on? You just don't have the shares. That's what it is. But anyway, some of these Let me look. Let me give you some of the prices. We got 5 minutes till ham. Let me look at some of the scores around the league. Logic is 0.031. I don't recommend chasing it, but Logic, which I don't have time to go through right now, I'd say in the next 2 to 6 weeks, I think sooner rather than later, they should be announcing their reverse merger candidate. And I think it's going to be worth between 20 and 30 cents, maybe more, I don't know, per share. On the face of it, the stock's trading at 3.5 cents. Don't make it run up. Just wait for it to come back. It's easy to borrow. It's just a trade. If it goes to 12 cents or 15 cents or 8 cents, it's just a trade, a quick trade. HNRC, I was noticing, is in the green, but barely. It's 2 cents. I haven't given up on that. DJT is 32.21 down 3.29. Fngr, well, it was up earlier. It got as high as 323.57. Thank God I didn't. The buyer is saying, thank God I didn't have to pay 3.24. I got it for 3.2357. Anyway, the bid right now is 312 by 315. Last trade 312. I like this Northwest Bio as an accumulation, not anything else. I think that somebody will come buy that company. It's 47.9. And T-Low is 570. It's up a little bit today. I do want to get a video out. I wanted to do it at the when I was traveling to Dallas. I just ran out of time and energy. And then the noise today is preventing me. But T-Low, I wouldn't chase it, but there might be a squeeze there. I don't want to put CRTD up or DBMM. We got 3 minutes. Hi, Scott. I do like LGIQ. I bought some more. Not much. I'm not a Rockefeller, but logic boils down to this, and it's nothing new. It's been stated intention for over a year, and in many calls with the CEO, many press releases. Logic is a shell. It's a clean shell, but it has the misfortune when the de-SPAC occurred. For some reason, Aubrey Advisors and Brownstone and Chadron Advisors, they didn't have the capability to raise enough money, or maybe they just didn't think of it. They've done 100 SPACs before, but they didn't have the capability of raising more than $5 million. So he gave $2.5 million to the lawyers, $2.5 million to the financial advisors, and left Logic with no money and left CAUD with no money. I guess they just didn't. Polar, the hedge fund, big, huge hedge fund, just didn't have the ability to raise $7.5 million instead of $5 million, I guess. But anyway, Logic didn't have enough money to close that transaction to do anything when the de-SPAC occurred in November. So, Scott, because of that, time went by, and in order to be a fully reporting shell, Logic has to give data and an annual report for 2023. They didn't have the money. They had to raise some money and hire a CPA, hire people to do the audit, and a firm to give that report and be a fully reporting shell company, clean. And then, Scott, just like it's been the plan all along. They're going to reverse merger into a 500, 600, 700 million dollar company. And we get a piece of the pie. All right, let me call in. God, it's so loud. I'll finish that thought. So loud.
All right, William, let's go. Let me merge in. You ready?
Yeah.
All right, everyone. I have William with me, and I just wanted to do a quick call, William, because as we all know, I'm waiting for a call from an attorney to tell me to come in, and I gave them a 2-hour window. That's how long I could go through traffic and through the tunnel to get to where I have to be in Midtown, wherever it's going to be. So I have to wait, and I can't do anything about it. And but I will tell you that the DJT people are not playing games. I see the stock is down today, and I can't believe the balls on these guys to keep doing it. And when they do get them, they should hang them all. Because
You said there's 700 million shares short?
yeah, that was based on the report.
Unbelievable.
Again, I don't know if I don't study the stock, so I don't know if we know they're shorting it and they drive it down.
Right.
Are they covering some? I don't know.
Right.
So I would say 700 million. If I studied it, I can verify it, but I don't, so I don't know.
Right.
I can tell you in Fngr motion, they don't cover anything. There are no days they cover. They don't even cover the real short, which is going to be reported on the 24th.
Right.
But just to let me get back on the subject for a second. I'm waiting to go see them. When they call me, I go. I'm sitting, ready to go. I got I'm all gussied up, as you would say, ready to go. And I'm sitting here just waiting. And the time is killing me. So I just jumped on a call because I don't know. If they call, I'm just going to hang up and go. So just be aware of that. I'll just get a run. But anyway, let's go on from this point. All right. Again, I'm just going to talk about Fngr, and I'll move down the road to everything else. But in Fngr motion, William, you're confirming that. Did you get an invitation?
I got an invitation. I've made half of my preparations, but I will be there on the 29th to ring the bell.
All right. And the only bell I want to ring is Jeff Easton, that fucking scumbag. And just remember this. These guys are not getting away. You got the most powerful man in the world. And they're tying him up in many different angles here today, all these court cases and all this nonsense. When he gets done and he comes after them, and these guys are trying to take, it's my friend said, it's 770 million, not 700. I'm sorry, I'm off by 70 million, William. So I just got that corrected. I'm sorry. I'm just making, to my friends who are listening, I'm saying 700. Might as well make it 800 the way they're going. What's the big deal? And just one quick thing, William, on these things. That, these guys think we're going away. I'm not going away. All right. Fngr motion is the perfect company because it has fundamentals. It's not this behemoth, but it has the fundamentals. It doesn't need the money. You can see the newspapers and everyone are already, and even Ken Griffin at Citadel, bashing the companies over fundamentals. All right. That's their fallback. Oh, the company doesn't have any fundamentals. They need money, but all the nonsense, it always happens. All right. Fngr motion is the perfect under the radar company that they can't shoot a hole in it. The company has the money, has no debt spiral, and has the short. Where are you going? What do they want to do? And it's a U.S. company. What's the problem? So it's very different, and it's in a perfect spot to actually to be a leader in this fight. Now, I get it. DJT is a company that's starting, and they're doing streaming, and they're doing all this crazy stuff, whatever they're going to do. I would love to get to them and give them my business plan about doing a financial news show. We can maybe stream it on their platform, and that would be interesting. I can give them 10 hours of financial content every day, covering the the real market, not the scumbag market we're seeing. But William, I wanted to get this off my chest. I think that
I'm not the one shorting your stock. Oh.
Yeah. I just think that on days like today, where the market is melting up, it's like Ken Griffin and all these other people have taken their finger off of the sell button. For example, NVIDIA, which I said would rally back between 815 and 830 is the short range, it's just grinding up. It's 821, 28 bid for 200 shares. It hardly trading. It's like they know there's no selling today. They took the button and they put tape on it. No selling today. Even Tesla's bouncing up. And to what I believe is that these guys are letting the stocks go higher so they can short it at a higher number.
Yeah, that
Again,
makes
remember
sense.
I told you real shorts let the stocks go up?
Yeah, they're pros.
NVIDIA, they just blasted it down 100. In 2 days, it's come back 60 points already, $60 or $70.
Right.
So they're letting it drift higher. And, maybe these guys are selling, buying puts. Maybe they're selling calls. There's very many devious ways to get short besides naked shorting. But it seems like they're letting it go higher. All these, if I'm looking at Tesla, which has been getting the shit kicked out of it, it's up $4 or $5 today. All right. It's like they stopped all of a sudden. NVIDIA, they stopped all of a sudden.
Yeah.
All of a sudden, I mean, you see these up days when they just melt them up. It's like everybody knows the joke is on us. These guys all know there's only buying today. There's no selling. That's what it looks like to me. They just continually just on a given day, they sit here and they do that. And today they're like, okay, we don't do it today. No more today. That's what it looks like to me. I don't know. What do you think, Lee?
I just want to, I guess this isn't new information to you, but DJT has 136.7 million shares outstanding. The float is 42.33 million. The percentage held by insiders is 70.72%.
I mean, listen, the whole thing is ridiculous. I just wanted to talk about the market for a second, how they're dumping up.
know.
And everybody's out of the way. The other day, they were smashing it down. They were just trying to drive it lower to get people, get sell-off, they have margin, they panic, you name it, that's what that's about. And today, it's like the tiptoeing through the tulips here. No big deal. It's just gradually just moving. It's up $25. It doesn't even tick down. What was the sell-off the other day down to 8, whatever it was, 7 something the other day? Couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. Now it's like it just melts up. And my friend just texted me that wolf is in the squeeze mode now. It's finally turned up, breaking through 2 and it's grabbing on. At least it's having an update. Finger motion, they just keep trying to hold it down every day.
Yeah.
Hold it down. It ticks up, they mark it down. It ticks up, they mark it down. It's every day, the same nonsense. And remember, the 24th is the real short is reported in finger motion.
And do you think they'll have some sort of good news maybe before they ring the bell? It's possible, isn't it? It's possible.
Just look at, I'll give you an example. And to answer your question on that, will companies release good news? Well, KNW has a debt spiral with Lynn Partners. Yet the last couple of days, they've been getting people to buy the stock. So the CEO has to be out there banging the drum, telling them his new, his diabetes machine, whatever it is doing great. So he's basically sending his investors to get slaughtered. Probably his own family and friends also, thinking that he doesn't have a debt spiral. I put the definition up here. Even this stock, with the debt spiral note on it, they pushed it back up from 51 cents to 66, whatever they're trying to do. How could a stock with a debt spiral even have an update? And in this stage of the game where we've been fighting naked shorts, Lynn Partners has a debt spiral with KNW. Now, I'm not telling you guys to go short. Anyone who shorts at 62 cents is a moron anyway. All right, it's not worth your time. But it shows you that naked shorts only play in their own games. Like naked shorts, like the Kramers don't shit in Lynn's sandbox. This is free money. Lynn is going to kill the company. It's just a matter of time. And it's funny how the stock, it should be 10 cents already. We all know what's going on, yet no one else all the other naked shorts are not killing it. And the poor investors that are buying it are going to get wiped out. It's just the way it is. It's right there. It's all in the devil's in the details. But it's so funny how no one else attacks it. Because you know what they're saying? Lynn is telling everybody, hands off. I have to sell stock here. Any buying comes in, I want to be Ken Griffin in this stock. That's what Lynn is saying to everybody in KNW. Anyone who gets a buy order in KNW, call us up. We'll sell it. That's what Lynn does. He let all the little scumbag trading desks know. Anyone has a buy order, we'll short it. Or Lynn could sit there and say, hey, man, go recommend this to all your clients. I'll give you $20,000 in cash. Meet me on the corner. I want it. Go buy 200,000 or 300,000 shares. People, they do those sort of things. All right. I don't have proof of Lynn doing it, but I can guarantee you that somehow they're dirty in doing this game. All right. They need buyers in the stock, and this is what they do. They'll find people, they'll pay them, and that's how they do it. And they get people to buy the stock, which is no one in their right mind. But listen, the company's from Seattle. I know a bunch of people from Seattle, and they're fucking morons. So no disrespect for the other people, good people in Seattle, but so maybe this guy's pitching everybody in Seattle. So anybody on this call is from Seattle, and you walk into a coffee shop and you hear KNW, run away. Right? I'm not trying to hurt the company, but the company signed the debt spiral. I'm just trying to warn you that nothing good's going to come out of it. They may spike it up, but they're going to eventually kill it. So I just wanted to talk to you about that and how a stock that has a debt spiral, how come they're not killing it? Fngr Motion has no debt spiral, and they just keep coming back to 600 shares, 400 shares, 500 shares for sale. It's never ending. It's like it's a printing press, just like we always say, William, right?
Yeah.
And going back to DJT, these guys are not fooling around. Ken Griffin, Citadel, all these other idiots. I saw a video with Ken Griffin speaking this morning, talking about the teachers' pension was invested in Merlin Capital and got their asses kicked. And they said that the apes and the GME crowd and the AMC crowd, they hurt the teachers union. They hurt the teachers union by buying the stock up. Think about that for a second. That's who hurt it. They hurt the teachers union.
Unbelievable. And they don't care. They don't.
That's
care.
what he said. That's what he said. Ken Griffin blamed GameStop and AMC for taking the stock up. Merlin Capital got blown out, and they were using the teachers' money to short stocks. You know? Can you hold on one second, William? Hold on.
Yeah. I can hold on. I'll hold on. While you get away, Josie Wales.
Someone wanted to sell something to us, and but anyway, what was I saying, William? I forgot.
You were saying
Oh God, you forgot
that you're waiting for them to tell you where and when for your meeting.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I'm just talking about KNW has a debt spiral. How come they're not attacking it? They want the stocks to lift. NVDA, they let it go up. They're trying to rope in buyers, maybe buy calls. You could see it. It's plain and easy to see. I was going back to Ken Griffin, who put in his video that GME, AMC, the apes, and all those people, they drove the stock up, and they drove Merlin Capital to go bust. And Merlin Capital lost the teachers' money, their pension money. So these guys are gambling, shorting stock through Merlin Capital, trying to get returns using the teachers' money. And we have to feel sorry for them for putting their money with this guy who's the naked short seller, Merlin Capital. That's what Ken Griffin said. It's in one of his videos that's up on the site. Actually, I posted it this morning. If anyone sees it, I put up a video this morning. Someone sent it to me. Ken Griffin exposed. This guy had the balls to say that because of us, we hurt the teachers union. That's what he was saying. That's what he had to say. Can you imagine this?
So what's your reaction? You got a criminal blaming a bunch of novice teachers for using another criminal to juice their returns?
Well, no, what they do is these guys, they send out people to pitch the teachers union about returns.
Yeah.
Whoever from the teachers union invested and put the money into Merlin Capital, they knew or needed to do research and see what these guys were doing. When you don't just give your money, they were giving their money because, right, they were giving the money to be managed because it's a hot name, he's getting returns. They didn't give a shit what
it sounds like Orange County all over again. Remember Orange County doing bonds when somebody comes and BS's them from Wall Street?
That's
bankrupted
exactly
the whole county.
You know?
It's unbelievable.
And this is how it works. And they teach his union. I'm just saying, if you look at the video that I posted this morning, where this buffoon is blaming retail. Oh, we got money from the government. It was COVID, and everybody just lost their mind and just put it into the stock market. That's not true. People played the stock market, yes, but they're not the ones that broke that stock. It was hedge funds killing other hedge funds. They knew that Merlin Capital, they knew his position, and they ran him over.
Right.
That's it. And they used the retail as an excuse. That was it.
Right.
So again, that's what I just wanted to let you know. Watch that video. The guy had some pair of balls, and he does. He's got $40 billion in his pocket. If I swiped $1 billion, I would shut down, put plywood on my windows, and disappear. This guy stole $40 billion, and he has the balls to keep standing around, stealing, and he thinks he's God's gift to this planet. Think about this guy's, they're insane.
Yeah, there's a sickness.
Sneaking around. Listen, I saw him at the hotel in Miami. I have the little video of him. He's sneaking around, having conversations, driving around, having conversations in the street. Billionaires don't go to do those things. That's someone who's scheming. He's scheming in the streets. Pulls up with his car, his little entourage, runs in. He was having a meeting in the hallway, standing next to me. You know, he was standing right next to me, scheming, whispering with some guy in front of the hotel. That's not a meeting. That's someone scheming. He's a scoundrel. He's a thief. What more can I tell you? Donald Trump needs to rip his heart out. You want to listen? Bernie Madoff went down. The guy Sam Bankman-Friedman, whatever the hell his name is, he went to jail for 25 years. This guy is not above the law. He's going to get caught. And I wouldn't doubt it once, listen, when Trump gets into power, trust me, this guy's going down. So as far as I'm concerned, in November, when the election is, this guy's going down by himself anyway. Whether win, lose, or draw, he's going down. I'm sure Trump is going to get him. You call the other guy a freak, what do you call him, a loser, whatever he called them? He called them all losers. I mean, the payback's a bitch. The guy's got $40 billion and he's destroying companies. And he picked the wrong one. There's so many other ones to go after, right?
Yeah,
somebody what?
Well, I mean, somebody has to pay for it, you know?
Listen, again, these guys, who's partners with Ken Griffin? Go look who gets a piece of his pie. Who are the partners in his companies? Is it BlackRock? Is it Goldman? They're all part of the same team. What they're doing is they're letting the criminals steal outside of their organizations. That's it. Goldman's letting him do the stealing, and they get paid as a partner. That's all that's going on here.
They get a kickback.
They all get a kickback. There's someone posted he does 47% of the execution on Wall Street goes through Citadel. And all he has is high frequency traders shorting everything there is. Today, they let whether the government tells them Take your finger off the sell button and let the stock market rally. That's what it looks like to me. There's no question that they stopped.
Yeah.
Every day, everything's getting shit on, and all of a sudden, there's no selling. It stops. They must have a bell that says no more shorting today. That's it. Drive the stocks up a little bit so we can save the market. There's no question that that's what's going on here. And like I said, William, I'm waiting to get the call. When they call me, I go. When I go, I'll report back to everybody and how it went if I'm allowed to say anything. But I'm hearing from the people that are in constant contact with Devin Nunes, and they are all in. And I believe there's going to be congressional hearings coming up. I believe that this is going to very high levels, and it's going to be fast. So people, instead of saying naked short selling, if you are on Twitter, put counterfeiting, DJT, FNG, counterfeiters. They're counterfeiters. Counterfeiters go to jail. Don't treat them nice. Naked short selling is a word they made up. Short selling is positive only because the shorts tell us it's positive. I don't see what I need a short seller for. I need to tell me that this stock is overvalued. If someone knocks on your door, William, and you own a car, and they said, hey, I did it. I checked my car. I had a 2014 Lexus, whatever the hell it was, with 100,000 miles on it. I paid $19,000 for it. I put 70,000 miles on it. Carvana, I asked them for the value, and they gave me $16,500 for it. I told them I almost fainted. I told them, come and get it. I was out there scrubbing the engine to make it look cleaner, just to I knew it was time to sell it. I didn't need a short seller to tell me that something's overvalued. If you don't know how to invest and trade, then your short sellers think you need them. I don't need a short seller to tell me anything. I dealt with short sellers. They don't know shit from their ass. They don't know anything. They're just using numbers. Like NVIDIA. NVIDIA's went down 100, rallied back 70. I guess it's ready for its next leg down. So that's when you start shorting at 8.25. That's it. That's how they think. There's nothing else to this rhyme or reason. Unless they got inside information about something, you got to make a stand somewhere. So it came back, it went down 100, comes back 50, 60, take a shot to the downside. What's the race to get it back up again? I don't think there is anything. So that's how short sellers think. What the naked short sellers do, they just keep piling on. And I never dealt with people who did naked short selling. I dealt with real short sellers, and real short sellers want stocks to go higher. These guys want stocks to go lower. All right. I promised the guy I would touch on GTI. GTI, Alpine, concentrated short position. The Kramers are the shorts. The company needs to do something to build fundamentals. Follow Richard and not legal advice. He's updating them. He's trying to force management out. There's 10 people that want to put deals into GTI. I have nothing to do with it. I have no deals. There's mining deals, deals, water deals, the AI deal. Everybody wants to put a put a company into GTI. I have zero to do with that. Zero. And I can't force the issue. Richard is trying to force the issue, trying to get management to step out. They're old, washed up, and not half dead. They're 78% dead. Everyone there is 80 plus.
Right? I'm a friend. The home. I just talked to the home. They're waiting for you.
What's that?
It's like Rickles would say, I'm a friend. The home's ready for you.
Well, that's all I can say about it. There's nothing I can say. I don't control any of it. The CEO steps out. The stock will go crazy. Even Richard, not legal advice, said the same thing. Put fundamentals in, the stock goes to the roof. That's it. There's nothing else to say. I don't know why. What is he waiting for? I don't know. Got me. I have no clue. So again, I can't say anything else about it. There you go. And that's all I can say about that. This DJYL, GDC, nothing's changed in those names. My friends are still there. I'm nauseous watching GDC. I wish I can help. I have no idea. I'm just waiting for the I'm waiting for a bus. That's what I'm waiting for. I got hit with the bat already. I'm just waiting for it to turn around. Yesterday, they attacked TELO, William, a company that can actually help extend your life and make you better, healthy. They could kill us.
There's one guy that owns that entire float. So they're shorting into that. But yeah, I'm going to get a video up. I just need to explain. The video I have of an interview needs a predicate because I just did a question and answer. I need to get a video done, short one, to explain it.
That's all.
But I'll get it done.
Help you. But I'm just saying that there's nothing I can say. If they're killing that, they're going after the stock where the guy could be the next president of the United States. How insane is that? They're trying to steal and destroy his business as he started. It's a complete attack. And the SEC is a disgrace for not, they sent a letter. They should stand there, stop trading it, and count up the longs. This is going to be the next president of the United States, and they're trying to kill his company.
How much of the attacks are hit and run guys that are just doing it for the day or doing it for the week?
Yeah, those are all in the big names.
Yeah.
And the big names, they only pile on. They only follow the momentum. Like when NVIDIA turns, if NVIDIA turns red today, they'll come in trying to shoot it down. It's very difficult. They don't have the balls to play it when it's up here like this. Right. It's just drifting down. It's drifting down $1 here. It's down $4 or $5 already since I was talking about it. But they don't charge it and short it because they're afraid that it's going to turn back up on the shorts. They don't really attack that. That's not their thing. KNW, I still can't believe that anybody's buying this stock. It's insane. And I'm trying to save investors from looking at it. Go throw your money in the ocean. You better just go to Lynn Partners and mail them a check. Don't stand there. You don't have to invest your time into it. Remember, people, time is a killer. It hurts us all. All right. I'm sick of doing this stuff. I can't believe that someone above has looked down on us and has given us Donald Trump, the most powerful man in the world, and he can't stop it. Look what he has to do. They pick on anyone. I mean, it's just remarkable. Again, who would want to go after him? You could hate the fucking guy. I could give a rat's ass. All right? Look what happens if you go after Joe Biden. They have you arrested. Right? If you say anything about him, they get you arrested. I mean, just who would want to pick on people that can do that to you? And these idiots did. I mean, just think about it. They can say what they want. There's plenty of stocks out here you can go beat up on. That's the one they picked up. And I don't know about everybody on this call. We've been getting a lot of people on these calls. I can't imagine anybody who's on this call would have the balls to go out there and go fight with Donald Trump. I don't think anyone here has the balls to do that. All right, you can sit there and hide behind your keyboard, but go out there and tell him he's a scumbag on TV. Put your face out there and have it where they can come back at your business when they get in power. And Pat Burns said, when he wins, vote for Trump, he will force and get rid of naked short selling. He was on our call, William, and he said that.
That's amazing.
Right?
That's amazing.
So, I mean, and these guys still have no fear. Still trying to knock them down. But we were given a gift. This is the final frontier, my friends. We're going to win here. This is it. All right? So you make your bets accordingly. Pick whatever the hell you want to play. I could care less. Go find your own stocks. Don't listen to us. The only reason we talk about these stocks is because I don't really give a shit what you invest in. This is what I follow. I don't care if you do or don't. All right? I'm not calling you up, soliciting you to go buy a stock. This is our call. This is our opinion. And we decide what we want to talk about. All right? We just bullshit. We bullshit, and that's it. And I've been following this stock a long time. You can love it, hate it. The company is under attack and has been for a couple of years since Lynn stuck their nose in this thing. The company was listed on the NASDAQ. I thought I would never even have to look at it again. It would just grow and just do it. And the company was attacked. And we found out it was Lynn Partners doing it. All right, the company did a deal with them. I had no idea they did a deal with them. I didn't even know who they were. It's like in Wolf, there's Yorkville and the Kramers and the GTI and Savvy Management. Savvy Management, Hellman, this fat bastard stole millions, bought a condo for $10 million, lives in Fisher Island, gets busted by the SEC and the naked short selling scheme. And the DOJ hasn't locked him up and taken away his condo yet. Are you kidding me?
He's
Let me
providing
go
a
out there
service.
and start banging companies that steal $100 million and live on Fisher Island and go play golf every day. Are you kidding me? It's just remarkable that everybody on this phone has to get educated on this stuff, and the SEC's done nothing. We put the truck in front of the SEC 13 times. We called every day, William. I don't know if you remember. We used to have calls every day. Everybody called up. 50, 100 people a day. Every day we did it. MMTLP, they got shut down. No one even talks about it. They could care less what they did. Think about that.
Mm-hmm.
I speak to investors in MMTLP every day. I don't know how many days. It's 500 now. They got all these political people. I was down in D.C., that other guy running around D.C. I was told Hester Pierce was in Tampa. People contacted her to go to a thing. She never even responded. She was bragging on Twitter that she's going to be in Tampa and willing to sit down with anybody that wants to talk to her. She never responded back to anybody. How's that one? Couldn't care less.
She's an important person.
Yeah, she labeled herself as important. Charlie Payne roasted her on TV. And I don't know how Charlie Payne has not jumped into the DJT fight yet. You know, it's pretty obvious what's going on here. You know, the stock acts poorly. Yeah, if you keep selling it, there's only 45 million shares. They're selling 5 million shares a day, 3 million, 5 million every day. The weight of the shares just kills people. This thing was just $86. They drove it always back down.
That's what you should say when you meet these guys. You should say, make trading great again, or make trading in the U.S. markets great again.
I'm working on a for people that don't know, I don't know what happened in Abu Dhabi, but Dubai was destroyed with the weather. So that's sort of my pivot point. But I'm working on. I have a shareholder, a great guy who we met, and he's willing to take me to the regulators in India. So I thought we could fly to Dubai, and it's a 3-hour flight to 3.5 hours to where we have to go in India, have a day, 2 meetings there, and then come back to Dubai and Abu Dhabi.
Go to Mumbai.
And he would take me to the regulators. So the Indian regulators are seriously going after, Christian put it up, they're going after international funds that are helping destroy, short the stocks there. So they're not going away. They're going after them also. So I would like to sit down with the regulators there, and he's offered to take me in.
That's
so
awesome.
I'm working on that too. But Dubai was wiped out with the rains. I don't know what the hell's going on there.
There's an airport in Abu Dhabi.
Excuse me?
There's an airport in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, I just don't know if it affected Abu Dhabi. I don't know. It's only an hour away. I'm sure it just didn't rain on Dubai. It's not that far away. You know, I've been there before, so I don't know.
True, but
I don't want to walk into a shit. You know, I don't want to go walk into windows broken, streets. You know, I don't know what's going on. So I'm sure it'll dry up quickly, but they had some major rainstorms there. They created the rain, and that's what they do in the U.S. But that seeding of the clouds, and it turned into a nightmare. But that's what they did there. But again, shareholders are helping out, and everyone's doing their part. And I do believe that DJT is the final frontier. We have, again, I keep trying to say it, the most powerful man in the world is on our side. Before we just had William, Busy Brands, and all the rest of us, these stray cats that we have here, fighting, taking on the establishment. I'm taking them on with everybody here. I have a marble compared to this guy's $40 billion. It's very hard to beat these guys. The rules are slanted against us. they walk around like they're movie stars stealing everybody's money. And when you find out that the teachers' pension money is funding short sellers, okay, and they're gambling with it, they lost everything. I'd like to see how much money the teachers union lost on that. No one says anything about it. Ken Griffin said it in the video. I had no idea that they invested in that. You know, I had no idea that the teachers union got busted on it. They should all get busted on it. That's what they need to do. They need to take their money out. Go get money from somewhere else. So the teachers union is funding criminals to destroy public companies and steal money back from them. Think how stupid they are.
Can you
That's
imagine
not
Trump
focus.
signing an executive order with his big signature on the Rose Garden, and he invites all of us there to sign it, saying end reg show, end market maker exemption, know your customer.
Just build a big, hang them, and right in front of the White House, get these guys and hang them. They're stealing, they're looting, and destroying Americans' pensions, public companies. They're destroying our livelihoods. They could care less. And like India, payback belongs, or China, they belong. It's death. It's South Korea. They're taking it serious. This is not a joke. These guys are not adding any fundamental value at all to the equity markets. They're just draining the money of everyone's.
And as soon as one of them blows up, they'll say we're too big to fail, and they'll come crying like all bullies do. They'll come crying to mama and say we need money from the taxpayer.
Right. Anyway, well, listen, everyone, I don't want to stay too long. I'm waiting for this information. So, and when they text me, I'm out of here. But
That's
everything
exciting.
looks great. And I just wanted to say your question before, will Fngr motion release any news before the big show on Monday?
Yeah.
I don't know, but companies like to go into events like that leading up to it with some good news, I assume. And just make sure you go to see them on Monday, get your interview again with the CEO, and good luck ringing the bell. Hopefully I can see you in New York. I don't know.
Yeah, I hope I see you too.
All right, so
I'll be
anyway,
wearing the red carnation.
Red Ken Griffin mask, or Jeff Easton face. Get the Jeff Easton mask. Go up there with him. Put a pillow.
Yeah, I'll meet you in front of Easton's office.
Don't worry about it. We're standing there.
I'll be wearing a raincoat and a hat.
That fantastic crook. What a thief. Him and Savvy Management. We don't know each other. They did all the deals together. They did the deals together, these guys. We don't know each other. Oh, really? I don't know. I have the list of all the companies you've merged and invested together, right?
I'm not the one shorting your stock.
Yeah, I'm not the one shorting your stock. It's not us. They think that we're stupid. We don't know what the hell they were doing. Anyway, listen, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you.
I'm excited about doing. I'm ready to go. I'm going to bring
can't
up
wait to
stories
hear.
about United Airlines. I'm going to bring up stories about the Dole Foods. I'm going to talk about a dividend. President Trump should give out everyone who owns his stock a special dividend. There's only 45 million holders. Every holder that owns 1,000 shares gets an invite to the White House in their name.
Imagine if he's president, he could have the Treasury give out $50 savings bonds to every single shareholder.
Well, you can do. I'm trying to teach them. I don't know exactly. My friend said to look at the NFTs, something that they can give out as a special dividend that's related to the president of the United States. And I'm sure that if he has 80 million followers that voted for him, that's a lot of people buying stock.
Oh my gosh.
All right. And I think that everybody would want to own it, and he can create it his own.
Do you have to, if you were to bring up shorting in Trump Casino, do you have to research that first, or do you have it all in your memory?
If you go online, you can see it. You can see Trump Casinos. I had it before on ranked show list. It shows you that it was naked shorted back in the day. There's information there. I wrote a whole letter, and I just like I detailed everything here. I did that for DJT back in the day when it was the casinos.
Yeah.
All right, but I guess no one knew about it back then. I don't know. But I tried to reach him. I reported it to Zuckerberg. They did it in Facebook on the IPO. You know, I wrote a letter to him also. You know, I did it to a lot of people. I posted that they could shorted Uber on the IPO. You know, it's a common occurrence. There it is. I want them to understand it's not just them. They do it everywhere. And the way to separate it is, how do you count the shares, count the longs, and count how many shares you have in the company. If the longs are more than the shorts, if they didn't borrow it, if there's no real borrowed shares, who are these people? Where they come from? Right. That's how it goes. That's how you expose it. It's basically, we can take down the $1 trillion depository trust playing the kids' game of musical chairs. Stop the music, which is the record date. Everyone needs a seat. And people on the smart asses always say, well, it didn't work at GTI. It didn't work here.
It did work. It caused all.
William, did you ever get your dividend yet, William?
No, I called in today and the guy goes, he put me on hold for 20 minutes. Well, I've sent an email to the people you spoke with, you know, other people just like him last week. And they're working on it for you. I said, what's to work on?
How long ago was the dividend?
The dividend was a year ago. And so it's over 12 months. So Rule 144 doesn't really apply anyway. The company sent a letter removing the legend, a blanket letter. They don't have the stock. Of course, I told the guy he got bored with me. So I said, you don't have the stock, do you? And he listened politely and said nothing.
So just think about that. Now, if we get the most powerful man in the world to do this, and he gets the proof, it's not like us and William yelling about we didn't get our key shares. You'll get the most powerful.
As soon as he knows, he'll write an executive order, put that big signature on it, and they'll have to settle the trades. They'll have to close out failed to locates and fail to borrows, which is, I guess, the same thing as settling, and it's over. And they'll say, oh, we're too big to fail. But this is a guy that wants to make America great again, make markets great again, make companies great again, have jobs in the United States again. And it all starts with an honest market, which we don't have.
I'm just saying, we have the most powerful guy on our side. And by accident, we got him. By accident. They picked on the wrong guy. We've been yelling and screaming. People call me up. I'm like, what do you want me to do? I'm just a moron that plays pickleball. What do you want me to tell you? I'm a day trader or a trader who plays pickleball. I'm past my time, and now I'm sitting here fighting on this whole thing. It's ridiculous. And here it is. Here, I just found Ken Griffin exposed. People, I just retweeted it. Watch this. I just put it up again. Take the time, watch it. And this idiot in here is telling everybody, oh, the teachers union got hurt because they invested in Merlin Capital. If you think that's good for this country to wipe out the teachers union, they blaming us for their stupid bets. The guy from Merlin Capital should be thrown in jail. He'd be short a stock at 3 3/4 and he didn't cover it. 3 3/4. What was he waiting for? That's when I found out about it. It was $3.75. That's when I did my report. And I always told you, real shorts, if they short a stock from 50 down, they get to 3 3/4. They always cover it and say, leave the last $4 for the idiots. That would be guys like Timothy Sykes and all those idiots like that.
They always told me, when you're trading, you have to leave some profit for the guy that's buying it from you. So just, do the trade.
Listen, these guys they're trying to destroy and wipe out companies. This is the end game is destruction. That's what the game is.
Yeah.
Anyway, listen, I have to be ready. I don't want to be standing around. I just want to jump. I just wanted to touch base with everybody.
Thanks, man.
And hopefully I get it done today. But I will bring everything I have. I've written it all down. I have stories from this to that, everything. And I think once I get going, I can talk for 5 hours straight. So
Make
they'll get all
sure
the
they're
information.
listening.
Well, again, anyway, I just want to let you know that they will have understanding about United Airlines, about Dole Foods. They'll understand all the shorts. They killed TLRY, that pot company. Beyond Meat, they killed that one. They did it to Peloton. They did it to Taser. They did it to Krispy Kreme. They're endless.
What if
Endless
they ask
companies.
you, what if one of them asks you, are you telling us that 30, 40, 50% of the stocks in people's retirement plans, IRAs, and accounts are fake? What does
I
that
think
mean
it's
for
bigger than that.
the strength of our stock market?
Oh, there's one thing I did. This is a good question. People brought it up to me. There's not enough public companies.
Yeah, I asked you that.
And yes, you did, right? You said
Yeah,
that
I
now
asked you that. I asked you that.
We
yeah.
can't buy it because the stocks is not enough companies.
Right.
We'd be driving up the prices of all these companies. So these
Right.
guys feel that they need to hold it down because it'd be out of control.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
it's not up to them to hold it down. And if we all want to chase something, that's our prerogative. That's
Right.
the way it goes.
Right.
We don't need you to decide that you're Julius Caesar and say, hey, F these guys, let's use this rule that we have. This
On the other hand, if you had honest small cap markets, you would have dozens of apples popping up. Just look at the healthcare companies. They would all they'd be able to raise a lot of capital, create a lot of American jobs.
Right. Well, that's the one
And
thing
a
you
lot
have
of
to have.
American tax revenue.
They need to be able to have people that invest. These bullshit hedge funds that say they invest, they never invest. No one puts up money.
No,
They
they
need
just
to be able to put up money, and you can't short against your investment. And you can't do that. That's what these guys are doing. They want to.
Well, it's also that question you always bring up. If this hedge fund is financing the whole deal and it's over 4.9%, why isn't there any disclosure of who they're dealing with? They never disclose. There's it's all fraud. Anyway,
listen,
always say
run,
the same
William.
thing.
Let me run
All right.
again, and we'll speak. I think today's only Tuesday, but we will be, and I'll see you before. Hopefully, in New
I
York
think
on
I'm
Monday,
coming
but I
up. I think I'm coming up for. I am Sunday. I might come up
All right.
Saturday, but I got to find out my arrangement.
Again, I won't be able to attend on Monday. I can't make it, so I apologize. But again, I'll speak to you later.
Maybe I
Everyone
can
have a
see
great
Sunday
day.
or Tuesday. All right.
Please
Okay.
watch that video with Ken Griffin exposed. I put it up again. Watch it. He's blaming everyone on this phone. You're the one that made the teachers union lose money. We did it. He's blaming us. Not that that moron was short of $3.75 stock more than the float, because I posted the data on it. This idiot was probably short 200 million shares of that stock, and he couldn't cover. And everyone on the street knew. So anyway, listen, have a great day, and we'll touch base tomorrow.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you.
Call ended.
David, that is awesome news. I really like Eric Sprott. I like Richard Branson, but I like Eric Sprott best of all. I didn't bring it up because Ham doesn't want this flow of questions going to his call, because he doesn't trust that I screen properly, and I take comments from guys like this or guys like yeah. So anyway, I don't do enough screening. But David, it was interesting. I was thinking of you. I was in Dallas and I got in what was supposedly a taxi cab, and I took it from Dallas Fort Worth down to the Ocean Prime in Uptown Dallas. And I ended up staying, because the other hotels were sold out. I just ended up staying at Zaza Hotel, which I guess it's reasonable, but it's not. I was kicking myself saying, God, I could have just gone to the airport and slept on one of the uncomfortable benches. But what was interesting, they had all my records from, because I've gone there over the years. And so it's a little bit like memory lane. But anyway, that's the part of Dallas I was in, uptown. And the guy took me from DFW to there. I don't know the distance. And it was $135. And he was a nice guy. But David, the reason I thought of you, he's a truck, he's a a semi truck driver, whatever you call that, and he had to take a job with Walmart because the business. I was talking to him about it. There's no loads to carry. He used to have his own rigs, and he would get phone calls from around the country. Couldn't keep up with it and all. And now he said you have to call for your jobs. And he has a little daughter, so he went to work for Walmart and apparently overcharge Yankees that come down. On the other hand, maybe that's just inflation. But the other thing I noticed, David, I was in National Airport, Atlanta Airport, whatever that's called. You know the name. I can't remember the Hartford, and then DFW. Every single airport I was in, it's like the shopping malls got torn down and all the humanity went into airports, and these are the shopping malls. This is how I remember shopping malls when I was in high school, packed with people, and food stores and everything. Anyway, my point, I guess, David, is that if you go to the airports, it looks like the economy's booming. Also, Dallas Highway, the economy seemed to be booming. Downtown Dallas, the restaurant we went to, it all seemed to be booming. So I don't know. It's a mixed message, isn't it? But I love seeing that. It gives me an idea, David. I might send an email to Eric Sprott and ask him to come on a live with me. He doesn't know me, but he's the kind of guy that might do that. That would be, or just do an interview with me. I like that. I like Eric Sprott. That's it, Beetlebug. I'm not, when I talk about T-Low, I'm not trying to get you thinking of a squeeze as the reason to buy it, but it probably is a reason to buy it. I like two other stocks that I don't talk about right now. Ham mentioned them, but I've been asked not to talk. I think it could be as basic as not jinxing it. But yeah, T-Low could squeeze. They have one guy bought the whole float, and I was rereading some of the material literally this morning. I was gonna sit over there, do that introductory video on T-Low, but they're tearing my street up, and I guess they're on lunch right now. That noise is just too much, and it's all throughout the neighborhood, so it's not like I can go sit somewhere. So I'll wait till they're done. I guess I can do it tonight. But just to finish on that, Beetlebug, if people are accumulating shares of T-Low, which I do think that's the strategy, just like you might do with Northwest Bio, or you might do with one of the other stocks we're talking about. Even Fngr is the kind of stock you can, or Wolf, you start buying, you accumulate, and it's an inelegant description of arbitrage, because technically arbitrage is just one price versus another price, one market versus another. But The arbitrage that we can play if we've done our homework and we believe in a story and we believe in a company is time. We're not big hedge funds. We can't wait till it's up 40%, jump in, and when it runs up 90%, get out. Well, you know, anyway. Yeah, David. Yeah, there's something. I don't understand what's happening with the economy. I think, and I paid the heavy price for it with basically, I don't want to say anything negative, but dealing with people that when you get a group together, I guess they stop thinking intelligently. But I've paid a price for it in real estate here. There's so much money, David, in the markets, in the economy, that maybe that's just that people can fly, they can travel. I don't know. I really don't know what it is. I mean, for me, I'd rather fly than lease a car for $1,500 a month. I'd rather take a trip every month than spend my money on a car lease, overpriced automobile or truck lease. But anyway, all right. So I'm quickly going down this list of these stocks. There's a couple that aren't on here because I did another list on the last day of the year, but I don't know where it is. I might have put it in the file. But I'm looking at some of these stocks on the chart. And believe it or not, as Ham was talking, one stock stands out to me. You're gonna say you're crazy, but HNRC is showing signs of life on the chart. It's trading at 2 cents, but it has crossed both moving averages, both short-term moving averages, the 20-day and the 50-day. The 200-day, I got to see what this price is. The 200-day is a double from here. It's 0.047. I wish I had a better computer so I could show you the chart while I'm talking. But maybe I'll print it out and do a video later. But looking at the chart going back a little bit in time, that 5 cents level definitely is a target. I think there'll be some resistance getting through 3 cents, 3.5 cents, but not much. 5 cents looks real. But then once it's through 5 cents range, I think the next clear level of resistance convert to base is 8 cents, 7.5 cents to 10 cents range. So it's trading at 2 cents. What would be a fundamental reason for HNRC to move? Two things, two dividends. He announced a cash dividend in an interview in November. Originally, he said it would be, he had sold non-core assets for 15 cents a share, and he would distribute that as a dividend. Remember, he's a large shareholder of his own company. But since then, there's been more stock issued. The stock has traded as if there was a toxic financing, but I find no record of it. That might be the negative. In the interview, twice he said he'd distribute that as cash. But in the question and answer period, he said that they hadn't quite decided. It might be just a stock dividend. The other thing he said is that both WDHI and HNRC, this is to my memory, it's out there, you can listen to the video, are looking at other acquisitions. So they're in a quiet period. So that might explain some of the delay, because the cash dividend, or stock, but cash dividend, ostensibly was going to be finished in the fourth quarter. And then he's announced in a letter to shareholders, or an announcement, that it'd be in the first quarter of this year. Still hasn't happened. The more time that goes by, the more I believe he's a little overdue for distributing something there. One other caution, though, is he mentioned that he's looking at acquisitions, but he's also looking to uplist. So maybe whatever overpaid wanker he's dealing with is telling him, we want some of that 15 cents a share for ourselves because we're so impotent. The other dividend is HNRA. Now, the whoever the sponsor was of the HNRA SPAC, that's similar to CAUD. The stock traded $10, $11, $12 forever. Bought a wonderful asset worth $400 to $500 million, producing proven oil assets with a water flood, no risk of no exploratory risk, a great management team, and whoever that SPAC group, who I guess everybody that sponsors SPACs are caught unaware. Somebody came in and raised $18 million for HNRA, not at $10 or $15 a share, because I did the arithmetic. I did a video. That asset was worth $70, I think $78, $73 a share. But then the shorts came in, the criminals came in, drove it down, convinced the CEO, he doesn't know better, to raise money at $2 a share. So the stock's $2, $3. But in my video, I collapsed my valuation. I said, I forget what I said. Let's take a quarter. Let's knock 75% off, something like that. I came up with a target of $15 in my video I did, I don't know, 2 months ago. And now with the new monies they raised at $2, I assume they won't be raising any more money from the criminals. They can build out that production of that water flood. They can triple the production. To my memory, they're producing 1,500 barrels of oil a day. They can triple that. That's my memory. It's all in the company's presentations. HNRA, $2 or $3 stock. I think it goes to $10, $12, $15. HNRA is going to be distributed to HNRC shareholders. I can't figure out how much it's worth, though. I think we owned 7% of that company, but it wasn't, the data wasn't there to do the calculation. So I had to make a couple of assumptions. Maybe it's less, but whatever. You've got a cash dividend coming and the HNRA dividend coming, which should be announced, but it can only be effective after, I think, 120 days from the effective date, which I think was November. So it's coming up. So I think there's going to be at least 2 dividends that have more value each than the stock price of HNRC today. And the chart looks like it's broken finally through the, I can't read the price. Darn it. Let me see if I can see it over here. No. Can't read the exact price that's been causing resistance, but it's broken through the 20-day moving average, which in fairness, it did before a little bit. But what's the added thing is now is it's broken through the 50-day moving average and closed above it. So I mean, my amateur chart reading, that's an indication it might be now establishing 2 cents as support rather than resistance. Don't go buy it and run it up because the shorts will take advantage of you. That's an accumulate, but I like HNRC. All right, let me look at. I looked at CAUD on the chart, and that's a stock I want to do a video on because I think the CEO is doing a tremendous job. Unfortunately, I don't see any trigger right now. I mean, that's not true. It's not a horrible looking chart. It might be making a little pennant and it might be ready for a move to 55 cents. I don't know. But they had a lot of volume. It's interesting. They had a lot of volume in the middle, sort of the second week of April. I wonder if that had to do with their acquisition they just did. But anyway, I don't see a compelling stock chart on CAUD at the moment. That can change on a dime. It doesn't condemn accumulating it because I think that could be a big home run over time. All right, Logic. Let me look at Logic. Logic on the chart is showing it's trading at 0.0314. It closed at 0.0375 yesterday. So it had a run up and now it's had a couple of days of pulling back. But what I like about this chart is the 20-day moving average has crossed above the 50-day moving average line. And I think it would be a little being a little bit full of myself to say that that's a golden cross. However, it's a very bullish sign, and that 20-day has become support. This pullback looks like it's just come back to support. And in fact, there's a whole lot of trading in that sort of 2.5 range and above that it's above now, and that might be support. So anyway, I really think Logic, the chart is looking positive. It's been behaving well. The 200-day moving average is almost 12 cents a share. The gap that I think needs to be closed is 15 cents a share. But Logic is a shell as a result of the de-SPAC of CAUD. And for some reason, I guess because Polar and Aubrey Advisors did not have the capacity to raise, let's say, $7.5 million instead of $5 million prior to the de-SPAC, Aubrey Advisors and Chadron, I guess, felt in their best advice as financial advisors to leave both companies with no capital was the best strategy. Remember, Aubrey Advisors has done over 100 SPAC sponsorships, and apparently they're really good guys, and their word is their bond, and they they're just great Wall Street types. So it must be they just didn't have, with their $800 billion Polar fund, $800 billion behind them, they could only raise $5 million, not 7.5, not 10 million, to leave CAUD and Logic with money. I don't know. I'm sitting here. I'm not up on those rarefied floors in New York and elsewhere giving this sterling advice and guidance, and having done 100 SPACs making, to me, an obvious mistake of orphaning both companies with no capital. But maybe they just didn't have the capacity. Maybe they're not able to raise money. But anyway, Aubrey Advisors and Shadron left Logic with no money. They paid the lawyers and they paid themselves. I don't know which one of the financial group. One of the financial advisors got $2.5 million and the lawyers got $2.5 million. There was no more money. So what happened to Logic, I'm trying to answer for Scott, what happened for Logic is they have announced all along they're going to do this reverse merger into a $500 million, 600 million, 700 million, 800 million. I even remember hearing $1 billion company. I don't know. I have a strong suspicion, but I don't know for sure which company they're going to reverse merger into. But if we use the lowest valuation, 500 million, and the range that as a I'm a shareholder, you're a shareholder, can ask for is anywhere from 10 to 15%. I mean, yeah, I guess you could ask for more, but the typical range is 10 to 15%. Let's use 10%. So 10% of 500 million is $50 million. Let's just use the maximum amount of shares that are authorized, 250 million. So that arithmetic on that deal, let me just make sure. I think I know what it is, but I don't want to make a arithmetic error in front of you because I'm bad at arithmetic. So 50 million divided by 250 million shares should be 20 cents a share. So that's at 500 million. What if the acquisition is 600 million, 700? Anyway, 20 cents a share. Now, let me just say, Scott, the two risks. One is the valuation is going to be created by the investment wankers, the overpaid wankers that are putting the deal together. And whatever that numbers they come up with, the market has to believe those numbers. So that's one risk. The second risk is the new company will have new management. And that means new victims for guys like Ari Rubenstein at Yorkville or Jeff Easton at Lynn Partners, or let's say the Kramers, or let's say other pretenders that are fronts for counterfeiters of shares. Those are the couple of the risks. But one of the positives is we already voted on a reverse stock split. And this is one of the cases where a reverse stock split works in our advantage because it's only going to be put into effect rolling into the reverse stock merger. So the new company, let's call it $500 million, is going to be trading, I don't know, I'm making it up. I think it was 13.75 when I did my arithmetic. But let's just call it $15 a share. Whatever it is, on NASDAQ. I hope it's NYSE. NASDAQ is just a fancy name for a killing field. But, I mean, Adina Friedman gets her big smile on anyway. Anyway, the company is going to be $15 a share, give or take, whatever, maybe more. And it's going to be institutionally followed. Institutions can buy it. I'm sure there might be a road show. There might be strength in the business plan. So it could go higher. But Scott, the last thing I'll say on Logic, we'll own 10% or whatever. We're just a small shareholder in somebody else's elephant. And so the trade on Logic, as I see it, you can get in maybe at 3.5 cents now. if it goes to, let's say it goes to 21 cents and you get in at 3 cents, that's 7x. That's probably the Goldilocks trade. But let's just say you get in at 3.5 and it goes to 12. It's a little bit over 3 times, almost 4 times on your money. If it goes to 15, it's essentially 15, 16. It's 5 times on your money. And if they make that announcement soon, which since the delay is the annual report, the 10K, and we've already finished the first quarter, 45 days from the end of the first quarter, I would say by May 15th, you could see the announcement of Logix being bought essentially by this big private company in a reverse merger. And anyway, I think there is a trade in Logic. And that's until you see the news, you might change your mind. The news might blow you away. I'm just saying a trade, like 2 weeks, 6 weeks, maybe 8 weeks, but I think it'll be shorter. It's on this list. It was 2.5 cents. So it's been a long time waiting for it since the middle of December. But the chart looks like it's lining up. And to me, just looking at the chart, it should go to 12 cents. And if it fills this gap, that's just a chart at 15 cents. So yeah, I think you got a 3x or a 4x trade once the news is announced. And that's one of my favorite trades right now, Logic, a trade, not diamond hands. It could have a short squeeze, but I'm not calling for that. I'm not calling for that. If it does, it wouldn't be big. It might go to 75 cents, $1.25. But I'm not saying do that. I'm saying just trade it in and out. I'll give you an example. It's just like I did before. On this list, I was giving GTII at 42 cents. You could sell some of it, buy it back in 31 days, and buy a different stock with the proceeds. Well, that still applies. If you have a stock that's underperformed, maybe put a little bit of that money in Logic. If it doubles or triples, you can come back in 31 days and buy back the stock you sold. All right, let me look at now it's on here. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. How you broke my heart. Let me listen just a little bit longer to my heart. Oh, my heart. The stars in the sky, to you, they're nothing but a mirror. Vocals on here at 0.009. And I don't know what that translates to after they did their reverse. However, the stock right now is 1.8. And I don't see anything in the chart to further discuss that stock. Let's look at MULN. And I don't know, the stock MULN was 12 cents, but I think there was a stock split since, so I don't know how to translate that. It's $2.82 right now. I don't know what the reverse was, but that's lows and lows. It's been since December, middle of December. It looks like the stock was $12.50. So it's down at 280. it has a heartbeat on the chart. And as one of my friends at Merrill Lynch would say, it can't go any lower. It's at the bottom of the page. That's where it is. It doesn't show any reason why anything's going to happen from just looking at the chart. MMAT. This is a bunch of dogs that I picked at the end of the year for the January effect. MMAT in the middle of December was 7 cents. Again, I don't know if they did a reverse split. They must have, because according to the chart, it was $7.50 in the middle of December. Right now it's 283. They've crushed that stock from almost $4 down to maybe around 2.5. Right now it's 283, but it's spiked upward. The lows are higher lows. It kind of looks like an upside down head and shoulders, which is bullish. They clearly, it's hard on this graph to quite see it, but the stock is clearly attempting to break through both the 20-day and the 50-day moving average. The negative is the 50-day moving average is crossing, the 20-day is crossing the 50 on a downward trajectory. Earlier in the month, it crossed on an upward slope, but then they hammered it. But I think, looking at this, if MMAT can get above around 285, 290, I think they turn the 20-day and the 50-day moving averages away from resistance into support. And clearly the stock can go to $4. If somehow it breaks through 425, 440, maybe 490. This chart doesn't give you can't see the exact breakdown. The next place to go would be over 6 and as high as 8. And the 200-day moving average is just under $12. That's an interesting one. I don't think it's given it enough to make sure that it's going to go up. But I think if it can close, let's say $3, very close to $3 or above $3, that might set up a nice trade. That's my call on MMAT. I have CLNV here. And that was 4 cents in the middle of December. I don't know if they had a reverse split. They didn't, thank God. I guess not. It's right now 2 cents, 0.023 for CLNV. That's been just down with a couple reflexive rallies. And I would say it's fishing for a bottom. It got below 2 cents. It now is up 1, 2, 3, 4 days, then a red day. Now it's another up day so far. If it closes above the 20-day moving average, as it looks like it did once, But if it does it again, I think the 20-day moving average becomes support, which is right around here, 0.02, call it 2.5 cents. That's a little higher. No, sorry, it's not 2.5 cents. Call it 0.024. The next target, if it's there, I think the next target is 2 3/4 cents. This is so silly talking about this, but almost, 2 3/4 pennies would be my next target. 3 cents is almost meaningless. 3 1/4, there's some resistance. The 200-day moving average is at 3.5 cents, and then there's a lot of resistance at between 3 3/4, 4 cents, and 4 1/4 cents. So if it can get through here, CLNV, I think it can go back to the price it was trading in the middle of December. What does it do after that? I think it's going to have a hard time going much higher than that, absent some sort of revolutionary news that brings in huge buying. But the chart's not all bad. I will say that on CLNV. We have, so that's MULN, MMAT, CLNV. This is the list I'm going from December 28th. And then we can look at Wolf. Wolf was $1.84. Terrible. Wow. Well, on the underside of TerraWolf, the lows are always higher, going all the way back to November. So that's a straight line, almost a straight line going up. They keep pushing it down to the 200-day moving average, which right now is $1.92. The 20-day and 50-day moving average fluctuate above that. The recent high is $4, July, August. And then in the end of December, it was as high as $3.02. But what's happening sort of February, March, April is something around 270, something around 280, and now 270. So there's 3 probes of whether or not it can go higher. And the march up over the last few days has been pretty strong. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days straight up from $1.90 range to 270. This is hard to call for me. I'm not a good enough technician. But to me, they're going to get it to go back down. I think they're going to try to get it back to 240 or 225 at least, because I would count this as the 3rd time trying to break out to the upside, but you certainly could count it as the 4th time. And it didn't make it the last 2 or 3 times. So I'm not sure why it would make it now. Flip side of that, if it does make it now, I think you're off to the races in TerraWolf. $4, 380 will be a stalling point, but not for very long. There's one stock here I'm going to skip because it doesn't trade enough volume for the charts to mean anything. Oh, Fngr's here. Fngr in the middle of December was $3.76. That stock could go either way to me right now. It's in some sort of pennant formation. I don't know what you call it, but you could draw it as a, straight line on the bottom and then a diagonal, or you could draw it as two diagonals. Either way, it's a pennant formation to my eyeball. They have a flag and a pennant, whatever. And so it's in this trading range. The next move, if it goes above 325, the next move is up $4, 450, 525, 625, 725, and then 8. Though if it breaks out above 325 on strong volume, I think that stock is going up on those numbers that I said. Let's say every 25, 425, 525, 625, 725, and 8. On the other hand, you can make an argument that if it breaks down, it's going to go lower. And that's what pennants are. Pennants, when it breaks out of the triangle or the flag, whichever direction it breaks, it continues in that direction. Sorry, I couldn't think of another word. However, if this were to break down below $3, the first support is the 20-day moving average, and that's $2.88. That's not a lot of risk on the downside. A more significant support is right around 260. I'll assume that'll go up to be up a little bit today, that line. So 260, that's not a huge downside in return for a very nice move to the upside on Fngr. But it's a pennant, it's a flag. So to my eyeball, so whichever direction it breaks out, it will continue on, as they say in various parts of America, with poor grammar but clear intention. All right, I talked about the rest of them. There's one CVM. Let me see. Yeah, CVM that I know I added to the year end, and I like that stock as one to accumulate. But the chart, oh my gosh, the chart just looks. They just destroy these charts. Chart doesn't tell me anything. So out of this list, and I'll keep looking. Out of this list, I think logic for a trade. MMAT had a little nice signal. CLNV a little bit. Fngr looks great risk reward on Fngr. And let's look at T-low hits the new low, and I think T-low is going to hit new highs. But they just crushed that stock. Yeah. Yeah, they brought it down to where it's really always been. Let my heartaches mend. I can't tell anything by this chart because I don't have the skills. But at 574, if I had to guess, it's not gonna go lower from here. But if it were to, $5 would be the risk level. But I don't think so. I think it sort of came in here at a kind of support. I'd be more inclined that T-Low is going to head back to $7, but it was as high as $21, and the shorts, I guess, are in charge. The chart's pretty meaningless to my skill level. Anyway, all right, I did that. I went over the stocks. Let's see what anybody's saying. Hey, Spencer, Lindsay. You used to bar hop before you flew? You were the pilot? No, you were a passenger. Thank you, Daviolio. Thank you very much. I like your motto, positive results without making excuses. When I was down at Netherlands Sewell and Associates, they had a bunch of motivational things that they'd said, but the CEO who retired, a friend of mine, one of the other guys got up and said what he would always say, which I like: do the right thing for the right reasons. Do the right thing for the right reasons. I never said it would hit 10K, Johnny Walker. So do you want me to answer your question? I never said it hit 10K. Never said it. But I did say that I thought it could go in a squeeze. I thought it could go to, I tended to use the targets created by Fibonacci, but I thought it, and I can't remember those numbers right now, but in essence, I think 960 is one of them, 980. And then it's something like, I can't remember, 1200, 1300. Then it goes to 2100. And I did use those as targets in a squeeze. But Johnny Walker, I don't know how to say this without offending Cindy Lou Who, and I don't mean to offend her. When I first got involved with GTII, when I was making those videos, I bought stock at, I don't know, 20 cents, 40 cents, 70 cents. It ran to 220, pulled back, ran to 440, pulled back. I had friends sell them. I didn't sell. And then it did a bit more of that trading up and down. And then in sort of September, October, a combination of two things. Lou Bravo picked up the recommendation, and to his credit, he, I think, brought a lot of buying into GTII. Secondly, the dividend, the warrant, which was issued as a dividend at $2.50, $2.75, something like that. I can't remember. Went in the money. And this was causing Wall Street trouble. Fidelity was paying 1,000% to borrow shares of GTII because people were exercising the warrants and Fidelity didn't have the shares. They didn't have the warrants. They had to go out and buy it or borrow it. They were paying 1,000%. Wells Fargo reportedly removed the buy button from GTII. Now, Lou was unable to speak to the CEO at GTII. He was able to speak to the CEO at COSM. Lou was unable to confirm that GTII was going to go on upstream, but the CEO at COSM told Lou that COSM would go on upstream. Lou was unable to find out what the short position was in GTII, but Lou was able to find out. Now, I'm not saying Lou said this because I never saw it in his postings, but I think he said it in his videos. So it was posted. There was a guy out of Boston that questioned it, and I questioned it. I didn't believe it. But anyway, the CEO or somebody was saying that the short position in COSM was 2,000%. And that got Lou excited. It got Frank Benedetto excited. He was paid to be an IR guy for COSM. And I think because the Kramers were down $1 billion in their GTII position, their clients, etc., I think there might have been some backsheesh going around with particularly, and I can't know this for sure, I can only guess and use my best assumptions, that the shorts went to the CEO, the Greek CEO, which means to me he had accounts offshore. He knew how to trade offshore. He knew how to short, go long, promise payment in accounts all over the world. But COSM had contracts. To me, every company you talk to on the over-the-counter market has contracts. Oh, this is compelling. COSM. So anyway, the number was 2,000% short. That excited Lou. And then the CEO told Lou that the company was going to change its name, and that would catch out the shorts. And the CEO told Lou, and Frank maybe told Lou, this is all reconstruction of what looks like it happened, in my judgment, and from the Twitter and from discussions and from the hype. The CEO also told Lou they would change the QSIP number, and that would cause a short squeeze. So the stock got up to the $8.97 a share, and it was GTII did. But Lou was visibly frustrated with the fact that GTII, the CEO wouldn't talk to him, that he could get no confirmation that GTII was going to go on upstream, and Lou thought it should go on T1 or whatever it's called, T3, T100, T2000, whatever it was called. And Lou believed what I think the CEO's information that wasn't correct. Maybe the CEO didn't realize it, but Lou believed that the changing the name, changing the QSIP, the 2,000% short, and the fact that the CEO promised not to do a deal, not to do a reverse split, not to do a deal with the shorts. that there was going to be a huge squeeze in Cosmo. And Lou, Frank Benedetto, and the CEO, I should get the guy's name because I always forget it. That stock's at 54 cents. I don't know if that's good or not. They're late filing their 10K. They're doing Cloud Stream 2, regulatory approval for a disinfectant. They can sell Sky Premium Life products in the UAE nutritional supplemental market. They acquired somebody. It's all just throwing mud on the wall, see what sticks. The CEO's name is Greg Siakis. I'm very pleased. Well, anyway, Johnny, Lou, Greg Siakis, and Frank Benedetto convinced in a tremendous crowd, almost a stampede, get out of GTII, buy COSM at 22 cents, 23 cents, 24 cents. There wasn't very much available there. And when it squeezes, you can come back to GTII. Now, I bought COSM because I was listening to everybody. I bought COSM at around 64 cents or 58 cents, something like this. And it went to 88 cents. But guess what? The short position wasn't 2,000%. It was something like 20% to my memory. Changing the CUSIP didn't do jack, which it never would have. I don't know why anyone thought it would. Changing the name didn't do anything. No reason it should have. The company did not get on upstream. The company did do a reverse, and the company did a deal with the shorts through a front at 33 cents a share, approximately. So it couldn't rally beyond 85 cents. They did a deal at 33 cents. COSM took Greg Siakis, who had a bunch of contracts, ideas, a bunch of same as all these companies. But Greg Siakis did a deal with the shorts, did it at 33 cents, and took 35 million out of the market for COSM. Since then, I don't know. I'd have to, well, let me look at a chart. I can tell by the chart. COSM, Cosmos Health. Well, let's look at 2 years. Since the end of 22, when Lou got everyone pepped up, Lou, Frank, and Greg, I don't want to blame one person. And look, it happened. I'm not trying to blame anyone. It just happened. They either thought they were right or they were naive. I don't know. Anyway, we all make bad calls, and I think Lou's made a lot of good calls. So anyway, I don't know what the split could have been because these numbers are in the dollars. But looking at it, it looks like where Lou on a after split basis, Lou was recommending getting in the stock around $4, and it quickly ran up I probably bought at what looks like to be, $7.50 in translation. It went to 20-ish, which was like 85 cents. I can't do the arithmetic in my head. And it pulled back. And then it had one day of wild swings where the volume was huge, and the 33 cents that Greg Siakos did the deal at looks to be a $7.50 number post reverse split. Regardless, at that point in time, he did a deal with the shorts. Ever since the time that Greg Siakos did that deal, the stock has been down, 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 down. It's gone from 750 down to 3-ish, back to 750, down to 3, sideways, 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 down to 250, break down to $1.17, tried to rally back down below $1.17. And then since the beginning of this year, COSM has been down, down, dive, 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 down to 41-cent low, and now it's at 52 cents. Now, Greg Siakos was able probably to do trades offshore in his own accounts that no one will ever see. That's how, in my experience, any Greek company I've ever heard of, that's what happens. But let's leave that alone. I can't prove it. It's just a suspicion. They were able to take 35 million out of the market, a lot of it coming from our investors, Lou's investors, people that listen to me too. So that money, Johnny Walker, went from GTII into COSM. Can you hear what was a flaw in Lou's strategy? And I'm not blaming him. Lou and Frank. The stock never rallied. It never had a squeeze. So there was no money from COSM after 35 million was taken out for the company to come back into GTII. So Johnny, for whatever reason, as a group, we listened to Lou, Frank, and Greg, and their information was wrong. I'm not saying they did it on purpose. I'm not saying that with $1 billion losses, squeezing the heck out of Wall Street and the Kramers, that there wasn't some backroom discussions and some pakshish and some organization with the shorts. Hey, I have a CEO. I have a front. We can get something done here and we can pop the bubble. I'm not saying any of that. But if that were to have happened, let's say O.J. Simpson wrote a novel and said, if I were to collude with short sellers to pop a short squeeze, this is how I would have done it. That's how you would do it. And money would flow like wine to guys with cigarette voices and whiskey gravel, able to talk smooth games. And I'm not talking about Lou in that case. So, Johnny, that money that left GTII did not come back to GTII. Never did. Now, what happened, Johnny, just to show that the Kramers were in trouble and their clients, Alpine took over the GTII short position. That's the prime broker. And for all of you guys in love with DBMM. I give great credit to this. She's not a CEO. Let me find out her title. I always tell you she's not a CEO. But she's terrific. She is absolutely terrific. Let me get her name. Home. About. Linda Perry. She's the principal executive officer. She's the principal executive officer, principal financial officer, and executive director. She's terrific at DBMM. She gave to us the knowledge that Alpine was the prime broker for the Kramers. And Johnny Walker, how I know the Kramers were in trouble, Alpine took over the trade. It's likely the Kramers and their clients are exited from that trade, or they're still on the line, but the stock has round tripped now, Johnny. Instead of going into a squeeze, we collectively decided that the time to get out of GTII, in my judgment, was just as it was squeezing and go over into COSM. We did that. I sold some GTII and bought some COSM. I luckily, when I told him about it, he got furious with me. He said, "You don't never buy into a Greek company. Greek companies always trade offshore. They have ways of trading, and you mark my words," he said, "they'll do a deal with a short, and that stock will collapse. You better get out of it. If you don't get out of it," Ham told me, "I will never give you ideas again. I won't help you trading, and I will not speak to you again unless you get out of that stock." Ham was furious at me. He saw what was coming in COSM. So I sold my COSM. I either made $1,000 or I lost $1,000. I got out break even. And I put that money, believe it or not, back into GTII. To my memory. I may have put some of it in Fngr. Those were my two, as you know, Johnny, those are the two. But so I got caught up in the groupthink, the herd instinct. So Alpine took over the position for GTII. That was a signal that the Kramers were in trouble and they could not meet any calls for maintenance requirements. They were in over their head. Now, as this position went to John Hurry and his wife Elizabeth Hurry, Alpine and Scottsdale, in that sort of November, December, January timeframe, we could see whether it was the Kramers and the Kramers clients, or it was the Hurleys, and their nasty clients, we could see the short selling. I have death threats, physical harm threats, text messages saying we're going to drive it down, we're coming to hit it hard, we're going to be selling. And sure enough, with collusion, with probably the Kramers and their clients, but with the Hurries, Alpine, I believe, organized a short selling attack on GTII. And I saw tens of millions of shares sold looking at Fngr data that was sold naked short. Now, there's apologists out there that say you can't follow that data and you can't believe it because Fngr doesn't show you when the shorts buy it back. Well, you know what? I'm tired of listening to that theory. That theory has never proven correct in prediction of stock prices, ever. I saw the selling. Ham followed it. So, Johnny, from the time we went to COSM, the selling in GTII from our own group was something, but then the just hammering of short selling, counterfeiting from probably the Kramers and their guys, but almost certainly the Hurries and their attack dogs, they all joined in. And they took that stock down. I don't know what number you want to start with, 897 or the sort of $4, $5, $6 range, when the idea of moving out, I think they talked about it a little higher. But Lou's frustration is he couldn't talk to the CEO of GTII. He could talk to the CEO of COSM. Let me just tell you something. CEOs can't talk to one investor over another. They can't talk to an investor then has a group without an NDA, without making sure they trust that information, is not going to get the CEO in trouble. I don't blame the CEO of GTII for not speaking with Lou. That was all risk for whatever strategies they had. Now, Lou was talking to the CEO, Greg Siakos. Technically, if any information was flowing, whether false or not, promises, inside scoop, that's not allowed. I had a manager that told me when you start talking to the CEO, you stop managing money. Anyway, so Johnny, the selling onslaught in GTII was so severe and so massive, so brazen, and so counterfeit that Fngr filed to have Alpine Prime Brokerage, which is where DBMM there's a huge, well, there used to be a huge counterfeit position in DBMM at Alpine as well. Fngr filed to have Alpine expelled from Fngr. Expelled. Because the deficiencies were so glaring. Now, the NSCC filed in court in black and white, accepted by the judge and the opposing counsel, that the reason Alpine was deficient, I forget the exact descriptive word, large, massive, huge, big league, which is what Trump says, by the way. He doesn't say big league. He says big league. He doesn't say bigly. But anyway, the counterfeit, the short position in GTII was so significant, it was named in court documents as the reason for Alpine's deficiency. What this shows is that the street was in trouble with GTII. The short squeeze was on because of the warrant issued as a special stock dividend. It was working. GTII was doing, Johnny, 6, 7, 8, 9, a dozen different things to catch out the system. Starting with Reichman buying back the entirety of Power Up Lending's toxic convertible note, where reportedly Power Up had sold almost 50 million, around 40, 50, 60 million counterfeit shares into that note. Reichman bought it back in the time frame, paying the penalties that he had to pay to get his company out of trouble. So when I tell you there was a short squeeze in progress, when Fidelity was paying 1,000%, when Wells Fargo decided not to allow the buy button, reportedly, I'm not making it up, and I'm not trying to hurt Lou Bravo's feelings. And I say prayers for Lou in heaven, because I think he had a kind heart. I think he tried to help people. So Johnny Walker, with my description, I am using my right to tell you that I told people the stock in a squeeze, could go to 1,000, 2,000 and higher. And I whatever the Fibonacci numbers are is what I primarily used. And I held, when the stock went to 897, I held my shares because I personally thought life-changing money was coming and the squeeze was on. Now, Johnny, at that time when Reichman first did business from these two brothers on Crab Point in Long Island, and then he bought it back. What I understood, the amount of shares outstanding was some number, authorized, I'm sorry, was some number. The amount of shares outstanding was in the 30 million range, maybe a little bit more, but that the effective float was somewhere around 10 million shares. I'm doing this by memory, but I'm giving you the guideline of where it was. The naked short was 50 million shares in just that span of October to January. There were also talks of when the company was called Green Tree Industries, that they had been naked. There had been counterfeiting prior. So the number could be 400 million from that. We ignored that. Now, one of the things happened, Johnny, and I couldn't have been clearer over the last months. As the stock went to 2, and then 1.5, and then 1, and then 50, I said repeatedly, I didn't want to come out and say, hey, sell, sell, sell. Because that would have been irresponsible. But I repeatedly said to people, take money off the table. Why not sell some stock? Take your tax losses if you have them. Wait 31 days and buy it back. I don't think, wherever that guy is, I don't think I could have been clearer that sort of starting, to my memory, August time, lightening up on GTI was the thing to do. I have not been positive on GTI for about 9 months. The final thing I want to say, I've lost the gentleman's name, so I forgot your name. The final thing I want to say, I've been saying to people since August, there is a palace intrigue going on. There's a battle going on. The CEO decided he was too big for his shirt. He decided, I'm too cool for my shirt. Well, however that song goes. He decided to take hands-on control and move some sort of cockamamie vision forward. He has the blessing of whale investors who brought him beyond blockchain, which was an attempt to cause a squeeze. It didn't work in retrospect, but they tried that. They brought a learning company that works with all the top colleges and universities, Carnegie something. It didn't end up having a squeeze effect, but you've got to give the company and the whales credit for trying to cause a squeeze. This was all prior to that November run-up, October, November run-up, Halloween, Thanksgiving run-up. The whales brought in 30 million Shiba Inu coins to distribute. It didn't happen because Fngr ruled against it. They brought in, there was one other company they brought in. I'm forgetting it right now. They also tried to bring in a law firm. That got delayed and delayed and delayed. And by the way, I started saying to my own discomfort that I did not think that law deal was going to go through. It was taking too long. It was delayed and delayed. But you got to give them credit. They tried. Since then, and more recently, the whales have been fighting for control of the company because they want to bring other transactions in, and they're meeting resistance from the CEO. And I forget who I was talking to, but I said it in August. I know I did. I said the only way GTI is going to has a chance to squeeze, is if the CEO retires or there's some other finality without bad intent, so that he no longer runs the company. I wasn't wrong. I wasn't wrong. So if you want to judge me, I'll take responsibility for it. When I described the potential short squeeze in GTII 3 years ago and onward, in a squeeze, if you want to judge me that didn't occur, well, it didn't. But it's like herding cats. There's not one person making decisions. It's a group of people. And to me, to these eyes, the squeeze was happening a little over a year ago. And we busticated it. As my dad said that people from upstate New York used to say. We busticated it ourselves. And now the criminals gleefully taunt and have fun with it. But I forget the guy's name. I'll also point out that since that time when there was 50 million shares counterfeit and something equivalent in shares outstanding or authorized, but then the effective float was much lower, the CEO issued to himself and his insiders and to a charity run by his son, I understand, I don't know, something like 150 million or 200 million shares. My point is, there's a lot more stock out in the system of GTII. The shorts have sold a lot more stock of GTII, and it's a shell now. There are no sources of deals that are working. So we sit here and I hear, well, you're not talking about GTII. There's nothing going on right now. The CEO's got to go. If I were king of the world, what I would do is I would bring in, it's an energy company anyway, I would bring in for stock and money, I would bring in oil and gas production, Texas, proven, producing, cash flow with growth and earnings. I would try to bring in other companies, AI, gold mines, silver mines, but with that cash flow, well, number one, you got to have to cover your overhead and have a team. But with that cash flow, I'd start buying shares in the open market. With that cash flow. Then, as those shares accumulate in the Treasury Department, in the Treasury stock, it starts taking real shares out of the market. That would put pressure on what Ham thinks is a 500 million share short position. We don't know because the government and the regulators don't give us transparency of information. I think that's unfair. I think that's a violation of regulation full disclosure. I think that is regulators failing at their job, shirking their duty. But I would buy back those shares. I would do other things, dividends, special dividends, warrants, talk, meet people, do everything you can do from all fronts. Add in the Treno mines or add in other explosive potential upside assets. But I would be buying back stock, buying back stock, buying back stock, buying back stock. And then what do you do? What do you do when as the stock goes up, or even if it doesn't go up? Because the shorts will still be shorting it, because under our system, they can sell stock that doesn't exist. But you know what? We wouldn't be concerned about there'd be no reverse splits. There'd be no concern if we're on the pink sheets or the LGBTQY colored sheets. We wouldn't care where we were on the sheets. We no reverse splits. We wouldn't go to Wall Street pretenders for money. We would only raise money plain vanilla. But if you're buying back stock from cash flow, guess what you have? You have stock to sell as a plain vanilla equity raise to acquire companies. And it's slowly at first, but you acquire one property and then another, all on cash flow. And you bring in a gold mine, a silver mine, a Beatles record collection mine, whatever's out there. And you build a company. You're honest, you're transparent, and you never do business with those lying bastards on Wall Street. You do not give the criminals a chance to destroy your stock. You report it every week. You talk to journalists. You're not as scared. You don't listen to your own lawyers saying, oh, don't do that, don't do that. You do it honestly. And we could cause the short squeeze in GTII. But whatever your name was, I'm sorry, I forgot it. If you sat through the stock going to 897, as I did, and you didn't sell anything as it came back down, that's one strategy. It's one way to trade that stock. I did it that way. I'm not proud of myself. Why? Because I believed, and there's evidence that shows that GTII did do all it could think of to be on our side and to cause a short squeeze. In my judgment now, the CEO who knows the bell is tolling, and I'm not talking about anything criminal, I'm just talking about time. They issued stock to themselves so they could sell 1% a month and live. The flaw in the GTII business model now, it was a good idea. Why do I know that? Because over the years, I've worked with incubators. I've raised money for incubators. I've invested in or raised money and invested in companies which came out of incubators. As I'm talking to you, I even wonder if Google originally was in an incubator. The guy that showed me Google before anybody knew about it had an incubator. It wasn't his, or he was associated with an incubator. It's so long ago. He was on the board of a company I raised money for. And I was on the board with our company, my associate and I. We had one seat. Two guys, one seat. The idea of being an incubator is a great idea. And what David Reichman did was provide clean accounting, clean records, and the whole idea is you bring in a company like Beyond Blockchain, and you issue stock, but you help that company in its reporting, in building up its staff, in its strategy. And after a year or 2 years of being incubated and having the proper track record that Wall Street looks for, and the current filings, the current accounting, you float the company. The company floats. The stock is given back to GTII, and GTII keeps 5%, 10%, 15% of the company that floats. I think it's a brilliant strategy. I forget who the heck I'm talking to. I'm sorry, I can see it's an orange color and it's two names that look similar. I just can't remember. But what's happened over the last 3 or 4 years? I joke about it like Don Rickles might, but I spoke to the home. They have a place there for David Reichman. They have a place there probably for a couple of the other people. And why does that matter? You know, when you see deal flows of companies merging into CAUD, or possibly going to go merge into RCRT or others, these are young people, to me anyway, young to me. They've spent 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years building up their company, their revenues, their technology, their AI. What do they have in common with an 87-year-old CEO with a vision of incubating in a shell that is going to then spin you out in 2 or 3 years? What? GTI and its management have aged out of their own business model. They have aged out of their own business model. So it's time to allow the large investors to take over the company for the best interests of management, because they own a lot of stock, and all of us. And I know how to do it. I'm not saying I should do it. I'm sure there's plenty of people, but it's not rocket science. It's not necessarily going to be easy right at first, but with the guys working the Trento mine, these guys are great, talented, professional, know how to use computers, know how to use salesmanship, know how to use timelines. Tremendous. There's other guys out there from busy brands. The water company. There's AI companies. Me, I could bring in cash flow with 40% ROI and huge upside in terms of locations and exploratory upside in terms of oil and gas. I can bring in gold and silver, and I'm sure other things. But we could use the shell at GTII and the massive short position. Instead of being victims, we could use it to our advantage and spring the trap. But as long as David Reichman is in charge of that company, you should use a different shell. You should not put any companies into GTII. It is time for David Reichman to exit GTII. Okay? Have I been clear enough? I think, though, I will say one last thing. I do think there are triggers that could cause a squeeze in GTII at any time. If, in fact, there's a large short position, which none of us, it's like proving God's existence. We can believe it, but we can't quite prove it because we can't quite prove it. The regulators don't look, and FNRA doesn't report it. It should be reported. They give us this half-hearted short position every month. You look it up on FNRA. You can look it up on Yahoo. Why shouldn't it be required to give every week, every 2 weeks, every day? The position that's failed to deliver, failed to locate, failed to borrow. Counterfeit. And from the prime broker's side, make them disclose how many times they've used the mimeograph machine. How often have they hypothecated and then rehypothecated and rehypothecated the same stock? How often have they sold the title to the same house? That's what's going on in the market now. The banks are going to the government and saying, hey, you got to keep rates down. Hey, we're too big to fail. Flood the market with trillions of dollars. Oh, by the way, there's not enough houses to absorb all of that money. So what we're going to do is we're going to print more houses. So we're going to sell 1,600 Pennsylvania Avenue. we're going to sell it to 10 different people. But there's only one title, but we're going to sell it to 10 different people. Because we gotta put that money somewhere. But don't worry about it. We got it under control. That's what's happening in the stock market. So I apologize. I don't remember who I'm speaking to. If you want to hold me to my predictions of GTII in a squeeze, okay. But I will tell you, you had a chance to take some money off the table. It's the hardest thing in the world to do. Absolutely the hardest thing in the world to do. But GTII has now round tripped. It's made a complete round trip. So to me, that means that trade's over with. And frankly, I was wrong. It did not squeeze. And it's in the essence, the clearest essence of what you're calling me out on. It didn't squeeze. But I think that trade's over by how I measure trades. You get in at 20 cents, you ride it all the way up, and now it's below 20 cents. Or you get in at 40 cents, you ride it all the way up, and now it's below 40 cents. Or you get in at $1, and now it's a round trip. That trade's over. It did not squeeze. And that's a fact, Jack. GTII did not squeeze. So now, as a new trade, what is the decision? I actually think GTII, it could go lower. It could go lower. But I think GTII is at more of a buying point than a selling point now. The time to sell was 8, 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 50 cents, even 35 cents. It's closer to buying time, but I can't give you the reason why. But that's how markets are. You don't always know the reason. But it looks like to me at whatever, 17 cents, 15 cents, that your downside is 17 cents, 15 cents. The good thing about the short sellers, they haven't figured out a way to drive stocks below zero. If they could figure that out, they would, but they haven't figured out a way. So your risk is, call it 15 cents. Your other risk in GTII is time. Reichman's not going to let go. He's enjoying life. He's able to spend some money now and pretend he's the CEO of $1 billion company and live large for a while. And who can blame him? The home is waiting, as it is for all of us. But as a new trade, as a new decision, I think GTI is much more of a buy than a sell. And if you hold it, there's only 3 things you can do: sell some of it, sell it all, or hold it. And I don't know. Each of you have to make your own decision. But if some of the positions I have, and I'm not Rockefeller, work out, I would think that one of the accumulates that I would continue is in GTII. So I hope to that gentleman, I've answered the question on GTII. I never said it was going to go to 10,000. At least it might have been an offhand remark. 10,000 isn't credible to me at all. But in a spike, it could go at that time, but it's all changed now. I think GTII needs a new plan, Stan. It needs a new CEO, Joe. It needs a new acquisition mission, Leanne. And it needs the dedicated, constant, day in, day out attack on the real enemy, which is Kurt Kramer, Seth Kramer, the guy with the big nose, I forget his name, and mine's not small, and Jeff Hurry and his wife, Elizabeth Hurry, and all of their clients. And then we could make GTI run. I think we would have time to accumulate. We could have quarterly meetings, annual meetings. We could do this together. But to sit and cry now and point fingers, oh, you said this, you said that. It's all history. The GTII trade is over. The question is there a new GTII trade? I think there is. I think the first part of the new GTII trade, David Reichman has to resign. Now, something could come Deus ex machina, like a lightning bolt, and it could be that Alpine goes down. And if it goes down, there's a buy-in of all that stock, then we don't have to do anything. You could get a squeeze. Anyway, that's my oh, Ace is here. Ace is here. Ace is the place for the economics lesson. Ace. So Ace, I was thinking about you on my trip down to Dallas. I guess part of my thoughts aren't anything I want to say out loud, but I was thinking we should do a live sometime. It would be a good way for me to get Ham back on my stream. Just kidding. And Jenny L, let me go to the bottom. Let me go back S-word. I like that, James Bond. The name's Bond. James Bond. Hold and hope rarely works. Now, I agree with that. I agree with that. It's the grifters of these YouTubers pumping stock, not the greed of retail. It's the grifters of these YouTubers pumping stocks. I don't know. I didn't ever think I was personally pumping a stock. I did believe that we could catch out the shorts, but I really think as a group, we've done a massive yeoman's effort to catch out the shorts. But these cowards, these criminals, these gleeful pickpockets, they won. Right now, you'd have to say they are in a winning position in GTII. The key, though, is there's still a large short position. So it could snap back at any time. And I guess I didn't finish that on GTII. Every time it sold off back into, actually not as low as this, a little bit higher, it always rallied again for no reason. So one of the reasons it could rally is buying back shares. So I don't know. I'm not totally convinced that now is the time to sell GTII. When is Ham going to change his Twitter slogan? I could care less what a company does. Well, I think Ham is letting you know, and I think he's correct, that the battle is the shorts. But what we're running up against, and I know it must be as boring to hear it as me saying it, is that the government doesn't care. The Treasury Department doesn't care. Your broker-dealer doesn't care. Your broker has no clue. And your back office has no clue. And the prime brokers do care because it generates revenue. Congress couldn't care less. And the regulators are all captured. So it's a tough battle. It's a tough, tough battle. I think that's it. I'm not going to speak for Ham, but Ham said on a call the other day that, or maybe it was a week, that he owns GTII. But I think you need to ask him that question, whether or not he still holds it. He does talk about it a little bit. And I think he's as careful as he can. There's no reason to talk about GTII. There's nothing in the chart of GTII that says this is an urgent trade. There's nothing in the decision making at the top of GTII that says, uh-oh, the shorts should be scared of getting caught out. I am not sure now is the time to sell GTII. That doesn't mean it can't go lower. And in percentage terms, it doesn't mean it couldn't go painfully lower in percentage terms. One decision to make is, all right, tomorrow I'm going to sell GTII and I'm going to just go ahead and do a boring trade, which hasn't worked. I'm going to buy Logic at 3.5 cents. I'm going to put in my sell order at Logic for 11 cents. I'm going to triple my money, I think, in 2 weeks to 6 weeks. I don't care about holding Logic forever. I don't care. I know that Logic's going to announce a reverse merger candidate, and I know there's a large short position, and I know that reverse merger candidate out of the gate is going to be worth $5, $6, $7, $800 million. It's going to be worth 20, 25 cents, maybe 30 cents a share out of the gate. Will the shorts attack it? Sure, it'll take them some time. Will the company fail at its mission? Sure, but it will take time to fail. So at least in the short run, I know that Logic is going to make an announcement that its per share value is, let's call it 21 cents a share. Or let's call it I don't know. Let's call it 24 cents a share. And I'm buying Logic at under 4 cents a share. So I could put my GTC order in at 24 cents. Or that would be 6 times my money. Or I'll say, look, I'll leave that for everybody else. I just want to take the sure part of this trade. When this is announced and it's binding and it's in the short run, instead of going for 6 times my money, I'll just go for 3 times my money. I'll put my order in to sell at 11 cents, 12 cents. And when it hits, boom, it's all done. Well, if I sold GTII to do that trade, that would be as if GTII went to 45 cents. And if it took 31 days, I could take that money that's at 45 cents GTII and buy back GTII at whatever it's trading for. 10 cents, 15 cents, 20 cents. Pocket the difference. And I've locked in my tax losses, which have value. Now, it's not as exciting to talk that way as it was when GTI was 42 cents. That was nerve-wracking, though. And the month before it was 80 cents, and the month before it was $1.20 or whatever. It's you can look it up. But we talked about it at all those levels as it was coming down. So anyway, Ham doesn't talk about GTII because he's focused, Sheikh, on Fngr. Fngr has a great chart. Fngr, they're going to ring the bell. Fngr has 6 or 7 things that are coming up. Fundamentally, Fngr has a story that could make the stock go from 4 to 24. It's odd. It's similar to the logic numbers. 4 to 24 just on fundamentals. So he's talking about that. But Sheikh, you should take indications. Let me ask you something. And the problem is you didn't work on Wall Street, which doesn't make, there's nothing hard about working. I mean, it's stressful, but it doesn't make me better than anybody. Your skill level's much better than mine. But one thing you learn on Wall Street is when an analyst comes out gung-ho on a stock, and then you wait for the next conference call on the stock, and they're all gung-ho, and then they put out a report, and they go from speculative buy to high-risk buy, or they go from speculative buy to speculative hold, or anyway, I can't make it up. Each analyst is different, but you have to look at signals of what the analyst is telling you if you're looking in the short run, if you're trading in the short run. There's plenty of people here that are using the time that GTI is coming down to dollar cost average to add to their position and trade other stocks. And that's a reasonable way to do it. Maintain your position in GTII, add to it, know that it's speculative and it's risky, but trade other stocks. Or if GTI is your only position, as it comes down, I think each of us has to recognize, shame on us for not taking some of the money off to at least take our original money off or some of the profit and put it in another stock. Now, there's no guarantee the other stock won't go down. I mean, I gave a list longer than this as January effect stocks. When I look at what happened at the end of January, there wasn't one of them up. Possible exception of Wolf. I look at them now. GDC way down. CAUD is cut in half or worse. GTII is trading for a third of what it was trading for. Fngr's underwater, but not very much, but it's down 15%. HNRC is a push. If you want to call 0.02, they probably have sold it off since I started talking about it. It's basically 0.021 versus 0.025. It's down. HNRC's down. Logic is down from, no, Logic's up now, but it was down at the end of January. Logic from the middle of January is up. It was 0.0247. Logic is right now 0.0325. GoLogic is down. Vocal is down. Wolf is up. It wasn't at the end of January, but it's up right now. CLNV is down. MMAT is down. MULN is down. Every single stock is down, except for a couple. So these are speculative shite stocks. But why? Is it because the CEO of GDC is terrible? Is it because the CEO of CAUD is terrible? Is it because the CEO now of GTII is terrible? Is it because the CEO of Fngr is terrible? Is it because the CEO of HNRC is terrible? Is it because the CEO of Logic is terrible? Is it because the new CEO of GoLogic is terrible? Is it because the CEO of Vocal is terrible? Is it because the CEO of Wolf is terrible? Is it because the CEO of CLNV is terrible? Is it because the CEO of MMAT is terrible? Is it because MULN CEO is terrible? Is it because every single CEO here is a pump and dumper? Is it because every CEO has put a bad team together? Is it because every CEO's business plan is terrible? Or is Wall Street set up for a few guys, the plunderers, to steal your money, take advantage of the taxpayer, which is you, and then have us argue with each other? I would submit the reason all of these stocks are down is because the United States stock market is a fraud. The United States stock market, contrary to Gary Gensler's assertions, is not deep, is not transparent, and is not the best in the world. And I would say that anybody that invests in the United States market is going to be ripped off. The only reason you make money in the long term in the stock market right now is because you're in an ETF or in a fund that does this to your other account. The stock market is going to go up in a blow-off bubble, in my judgment. The risk is that's a really risky call, but I think we're going to go up 20, 30, 40%. I'll pick one thing to hang your hat on. The S&P will go to 7,000 or higher or lower. The risk is that if the bond market gives up the ghost, you can kiss that all goodbye. If people lose confidence in the Fed, the dollar, they have endless confidence in breakfast at Biden's. So as long as breakfast at Biden's works, I think the stock market is going to explode higher. At any correction, I think it's going to go higher. The risk, though, don't take me blindly, because if you start seeing the 10-year interest rate go up, if you start seeing mortgage rates go up, if you start seeing defaults in bonds spreading to fear in the price of bonds, and if you see the bond market losing trust in Jerome Powell and in Yellen, and they realize that the emperor wears no clothes, there is zero correlation between the Fed's ability to predict anything and the Fed's ability to manipulate markets with interest rates. They don't know what they're doing. There's zero. What you can see, though, is a coordinated effort of the United States Treasury, the United States government, led by the banks, the pharmaceutical companies, the military-industrial complex, and the agricultural companies. Maybe there's somebody I left out. Some would argue by a foreign lobby out of the Middle East. But when the federal government decides under the Fngr president to give massive tax cuts and start wars with 5 or 6 countries, bombing deserts, assaulting mountains, while our closest competitors build high-speed trains, build out the power infrastructure for the next century, educate their children, steal our secrets, build their military, build robots, get patents, build their economic power, while we just take money and bomb a desert and assault mountains, build airports we give away. But we decide to do it with the trust the rest of the world has in our dollar and in our bond markets and in our integrity. We go on a spending spree when that complete, arrogant, incompetent Dick Cheney says deficits don't matter. And we listen to him. So for 25 years, as Bill Clinton said, when I die and I come back, I want to be the bond market. The bond market wants our debt to grow. And from the turn of the century to now, debt has grown. First under Fngr, tax cuts and war. Then under folks who did nothing about the GFC, did nothing to help people stay in their homes, never went after a bankster, folks. Folks didn't do anything about the African-American prison population, or did very little about African-American colleges. Folks who won a Nobel Peace Prize went to war at such a level. His was the first administration that was at war every single day of 2 presidential terms. Folks bombed people of darker skin color than I have so obsessively that we ran out of bombs. But you know what folks did? Folks spent money on a scale we had never seen before. Folks ran up the deficit under Helicopter Ben we'd never seen before. And folks bailed out the banksters. Folks allowed Reg Show to go forward in 2008. Folks allowed the banks to come in on the FDIC, send their risk out to hedge funds, divide themselves into prime brokers and some sort of caricature of a commercial bank. And folks like depends on who the definition of is president, like him, before him, let the regulators be run by the industry. Well, folks had to leave office, and we had an election between the person who there was no way she was going to lose the presidency. No way. Magazines had her, Madam President. I placed a bet through a friend in London. I wasn't there, which they never placed because I gave it to a woman. She didn't know how to do it. But I called to say I want to place a bet because what do you call them? The betting houses. Trying to remember the name of them all. Can't remember. I'm getting Joe Biden disease. But the betting shops in London paid off all the bets on the election. And I was disappointed because I couldn't get one off. I did call and ask because I predicted that she would lose. Well, lo and behold, despite every kind of effort on the side of the presumptive winner, all kinds of efforts, she was so sure she got drunk on the day of the election. Somebody else won. Well, unfortunately, Trump, I don't know what to call him other than that. Call him, they let you. I'll call him, they let you. They let you came in, and it was a tough position. So he reduced taxes, which increased the deficit. He did some sort of Smoot-Hawley type things, raising tariffs. He spent money on jobs. He spent money on building out infrastructure, not as much as some people wanted. And he kind of ignored the banks too. But you know what he did? His first trip, they let you's first trip was to Saudi Arabia. His second trip was to Israel. He was precluded from talking with Russia because of Russia. He did, I didn't like it. He dropped the mother of all bombs, but otherwise he kept us out of war. And somehow under they let you, despite the fact that the deficit went up, despite the fact that the debt went up, we increased our economy. We increased minority jobs and equality of income and opportunity. And we were in a better financial position, arguably, even though our debt went up and our deficits went up, than we had been in a while. But then they let you lost. And in came the single most popular president in the history of the United States. No man or woman ever received more votes than the current president. So the most popular president in history, he came in and he's going to argue that it was a medical emergency that was caused by they let you, but popular has come in. He bailed out every blue city. He has squandered resources around the world militarily. Our commitment to war has gone up around the globe. And our spending just goes higher. Our debt is up and our deficits are up. People feel less secure. Inflation is up. Housing prices are up. Not because there's all the reasons. There's just a lot of cash out there. And he works hand in hand with the banks. Okay, So why is all this going on? Why is all of this going on for 20 years? Because we have a debt-based system. The only way a fractional reserve banking system that is based on debt works is if I take in $1,000 as a bank. I'm Williams Bank, and I'll put the $1,000 in this pocket. I lend out $10,000, $9,000. I lend out $9,000. Actually, $10,000. I lend out $10,000. I lend $1,000 out to 10 different people. My thought is, I just need to keep the 1,000 in my bank. I can lend out 10,000 because the economy is growing, because the people I'm lending it to have jobs, and collectively, that $10,000 is being loaned out to a group of people who can pay it back over time. Now, I'm leveraged. I'm making maybe, call it 10% on each $1,000. On the 10,000, I'm making 10% a year. I'm making 1,000 a year on the 10,000 I've lent out. But I'm a bank. Remember, I only have 1,000 in my pocket. So the 10,000 I've lent out is bringing 1,000 in income on $1,000 that I have in my account. I am making returns on the fractional reserve I hold that are astonishing. But the key to it is that the economy is growing, and that those 10,000 do eventually get paid back. Now, if one of them I have to write off, I'm still doing okay. That's the fractional reserve banking model. Now, you add credit cards to that, and Popular comes from the state that is the home of the credit card. When I was growing up, credit cards were limited to 8, 9, 10%. It might have gone to 13%. Strict lending. But under Popular's Senate leadership, credit cards like Capital One will send you a card for $350 credit. Then that once you open that, they'll send you another one for $500. As long as you make your payments, they might send you another one for $1,000. Well, let's look at the $350 first. They send that out. They charge you $50 to open the account, and they might charge you another $50 or $60. I forget what that fee's called, but they have two fees right out the gate. So you owe them, out of the $350, you owe them $100, $120. So let's say it's $100. You have access to $250. Now you go start using the $250. If you're late, they charge you $35. And if you're go over limit, they charge you $35. If by going late, the late fee makes you go over limit, they charge you $35. Now, where does the $350 come from? It's made up out of thin air. There's no money that the bank has that's sitting in a vault. They just created out of thin air. Then they give you the $500 one. They do it again in the 1,000. And Capital One makes extraordinary returns on the fees, particularly since they're creating the money out of thin air. But on top of that, they charge you 24% per annum. This model makes men and women rich. And it ensnares people into a debt cycle, into slavery because of debt. Now, this typically was the realm of commercial banks, but then credit card companies like Capital One got set up. Did you notice what happened in the GFC? Credit card companies started buying deposits, and they started emulating that 10-to-1 ratio. By the way, the ratio now, as I understand it, there's $1 in the banking system for all the debt out there. Now, why does the debt have to keep growing? In my example, I, as a bank, Williams Bank, I have $1,000. I lent out $10,000. Well, that $10,000 went into Bank of Hawaii, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, Fred's Bank, Marianne's Bank. It went into 10 other banks. What do those banks do? They lend that out. They each have $1,000. They lend out $10,000. That's how they make their money. The debt has to keep expanding. My example is ridiculous, but it's how in a debt-based economy, the debt has to keep growing. And that's what's happening. And the banksters in a Jamie Dimons, Larry Finks, all these guys, when the assets under management are growing by trillions of dollars because the debt is growing, their wealth is growing massively. So we're in a debt-based system that has to keep expanding debt essentially to survive. Now, there's two constraints that the world hasn't counted on. One is we live in a closed system. The earth is a closed system. There's a reason the Bible says forgive each other's debt after 7 years, because you cannot allow debt and interest and assets to compound forever, because if you apply the material demands on the earth, you're going to kill every whale, kill every fish, destroy every tree, ruin every pond, just completely pollute all the water. And the planet, as a closed system, cannot sustain the growth. That's one limitation. The other limitation that I think is coming is, despite the idiocy of these universities and DEI and equality and women deserve the same salary in basketball as men, and the world is going to hell because of fossil fuels. All this stuff that's being taught. I don't know. I'm not saying that there isn't a side to it, but you got to look at the other side a little bit. Women's basketball, as Bill Burr says, it's not the job of men to fill those stands. 1,000 people go to watch women play basketball. If women love women's basketball so much, go watch it. Men love to watch men's basketball. I mean, there's another side to every issue. My point is, there's another side to fossil fuel argument. Look, I studied climate change. It scares the hell out of me. Absolutely, the issue of each of us trying to live better than Cleopatra because of oil and because of nuclear power. There's an accident on average every 7 years. Nuclear power is a disaster for the planet. It keeps me up. But we are going to burn the oil. We are going to burn the gas. Why? Because that's where growth comes from. That's where fertilizer comes from. That's where contact lenses come from. That's where flights down to see a football game come from. That's where driving an hour into work and driving an hour back comes from. That's where bottled water comes from. That's where everything comes from. That's our life. And we're not investing in it because these new liberal, overeducated brainiacs are telling us that we're not going to use oil in 10 years or in 20 years. Well, the real effect is oil declines. Every field you discover, every country, every well declines. As you produce it, it declines. The only way to sustain growth in a financial system is to increase the allocation of energy into that system. At its core, banking, growth, our lifestyles are all based on energy. There is nothing better than a can full of gasoline. There's no more bang for a buck. This water costs 50 cents. The gasoline might cost now 70 cents. You put that much gasoline in your car, you maybe two of these, you could load up the car, put a trailer on it, haul a piano to Capitol Hill, and bring 20 people with you for $1.50. There's nothing in the world like gasoline. So going back to banking, the other restriction on the growth in debt, we are going to run out of inexpensive hydrocarbons. And when that hits the bond market, these people that endlessly buy 30-year bonds, 20-year bonds, 10-year bonds, 5-year bonds, they're going to go, oh my God, this isn't going to be paid back. You're going to have a financial crash that's unbelievable. But until then, we'll dance. Like Prince said at Citibank. I think it was Citibank. While the music plays, we're going to dance. Well, there's going to be an uppance that comes. But okay, let me get back to our situation. The securities banks, the broker dealers were able, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, the other ones, they're able, Goldman Sachs, they're able to move the risk out into a prime brokerage. Then they have this commercial bank that gets FDIC insurance from the government, from you, but they've moved all of their stock loan and then the transactions with what used to be their trading desks, which are now prime hedge funds. And there's no compliance officers, there's no regulations, and it's trillions of dollars. How do they get those returns? They cheat us. How else do they get those returns? Remember Bill's bank? I had $1,000 in my bank. I lent out 10. What I did was increase my assets under management from $1,000. If I earned 10% on that, I'd get 100. I took my $1,000 and increased my assets under management to $10,000. And at 10%, I'm earning $1,000 on my real asset of $1,000. That's what the security system is doing. Our security system is taking our stocks, our real stocks, lending them out 10, 20, 30, 50 times. So they increase assets under management, they increase fees, and they steal. They've leveraged everything. And an uppance will come too to them. because our planet can't take it, because growth can't take it. So, what is coming? And everybody got upset with me yesterday. I have my views, but ignore my views. Congress, the uniparty, approved allocation of money, which we don't have. I read about they're building a tunnel under the river to go in to New York City. They wanted to build 4, but to save money, they're only going to build 2. $16 billion. They say that's the most money spent on infrastructure in so many years. Do you know how much money we spent bombing Afghanistan? Bombing Syria? How much money we've spent in the Ukraine, which is now going to be a failed state? The next thing that's coming, ladies and gentlemen, is war. The United States of America is going to war. We'll try to do it through our proxies. But this time, our oceans are probably not wide enough or deep enough to protect us from the retaliation. And as you argue with me on various things, and while the banksters steal from you, we break apart. What I want this little paltry grouping of people that I love and care for, I want us to recognize that we have to be our own financial central banks. We have to be our own island of financial independence. We have to learn to trade a little bit. We have to own real assets, and each of you has to own what you know. You have to do what you know. We have to get out of debt. We have to work with each other. Yeah, I know you put up with me when I raise my voice and I go on and on and on. But we have to have a safe place where we trust what we're hearing and we work together. But we have to recognize that the magical time between 1980, really 1979, and 2000, and let's go ahead and give it to Biden, 2024. That magical time is over. During that time, interest rates went down, bonds went up. Hard work, jobs that we do in this country went down. Easy jobs, finance went up. Cost of education skyrocketed. Credit became available to everyone. Equality went up, even though we argue about it. But equality went up in all types. We stopped having to go to war. Technology went up. Our bank accounts went up. Our financial accounts went up. Real estate went up. All of this. Cars got more powerful. You can now almost fly to any location in this country and take an Uber the rest of the way. All of this. Food production went up. Population went up. Healthcare went up. Life, up until recently, the length of our lives went up. It's all over. It's all over. Now, will it change overnight? I don't think so. But it could. Because it's at its core, our financial system is a confidence game. And our debt is going to go from 33 trillion in war, I'm going to guess, to 100 trillion. And for quite a long time, I think our lifestyle and our world will continue under the illusion that everything's going to work out. During that time, I want you, and this is why I keep doing this, and I'd like me to as well. I had some people let me down. I had some other things happen. that I'm not ready for this change. I've been predicting this change for 20 some years, and I started making the allocations in my life to be ready for it. But I find myself as naked as you are if this is all new concepts to you and if I'm making any sense. But what I'd like to accomplish with us and more, and everyone's welcome, is I'd like to increase our US cash wealth during this time that money is going to flow like wine as we go to war and as we re-elect breakfast at Biden's, so that we can take that dollar wealth, maybe pay off debt that's important to us, maybe delay it too, who knows, but credit card debt is got to go. Buy hard assets, invest in things you know, get to know your neighbors, stay close to your family, and learn to live on this planet with the joy that bird song brings, or that a dog wagging its tail brings, or on the daily allocation of sunlight that God gives us every day. And we have to learn to live together. War is going to ultimately destroy our planet. None of us will survive World War III. Yesterday, 15 people left my channel. I guess it's because of what I was talking about in the Middle East. I'm sorry about that. But the United States cannot afford a war in the Middle East, but that's where we're headed. So anyway, all right, I'm going to stop there. We got 4 minutes till the market closes. Logic is trading at 373. That's pretty good. Fngr is trading at 309. What's the one that I thought might trade up? I'll have to look again. There was one of these I thought might trade up. HNRC I thought looked decent. It's not. It's up. It's green, but it's not up. There's one I want to look at, but I'm not supposed to talk about. I'm going to look at it. I'm not going to. Well, it's in the green. And then let's look at DJT. That's down. So anyway, I'll talk for 3 more minutes. I'm so glad, James Bond. I have my next bridge here. I was thinking about my next bridge today. What's it really worth? And I don't know the answer. It doesn't really matter what it's worth today. It will be worth more tomorrow, I think. But even at $50 or $100, that is an asset. And I think everybody here should move their MMTLP out of the brokerage system to the transfer agent. That's one thing each of us could do. I can't talk about that, but the chart looks good, David. I think that's a support level, and it doesn't scare me. So I can't really talk about it. I like that, Brandon Boyle. I like your thought on that. I think the war that we go to is going to be probably missiles more than anything else. Because I actually agree with you, Brandon. I think younger generations will not go to war with each other. There's no way that Americans are going to go to war with Germans. I don't think Americans are going to go to war with Russians. We've got the internet. We're going to just say, screw it. If you want to fight, you do it, And that's a good, there's hope in the world. There is hope. What happened to FRSN? FSRN? What happened to that? Now I'm intrigued. Now I'm intrigued. FSRN. FSRN. Fisker. Oh my gosh. Well, what do you think of it, Susan or Lion? I don't really think that looks all that good, but if it were to go above 7 cents, there's all sorts of gaps to close at 12 cents, at 28 cents, at I guess 70 cents. So that's a nice trade if it breaks up. GTIN. Yeah, tell me what you want to know about FSRN. My opinion, Lion, you're a much better chartist than I am. It's at 0.0379. It's at 0.0355. To me, they're going to try to get it under 0.03. And there's a tiny gap even lower, very tiny. It might not mean anything. So it doesn't look good from that standpoint to me. However, if it were to suddenly reverse, because it had a nice run from this lower level 1, 2, 3 days, and it hit the 20-day moving average, it could do that again. Anyway, if it broke through 7.5 cents, I think it's going to 12.5 cents, and then maybe it pauses a bit, but then I think it's going to 28 cents or higher, and then I think it's going to 70 cents. I don't know what you think, Lion. Well, the internal combustion engine can be run on ammonia, and I think there's great hope in using wind power offshore to convert through electrolysis to convert seawater into ammonia. And Toyota is building ammonia internal combustion engines instead of electric vehicles. So I actually think that that'll be the answer, or one of the answers that comes in the future. And Toyota's already on it. Usury should be abolished. That's a good idea, Karma, to have 2 accounts. Yeah, you're not wrong, Daniel. You're not wrong. I'm not going to repeat it, but that doesn't mean I don't agree with you. Let me go see what. Well, Donna, as Ham said today, I don't intend to quit. I get run down sometimes, and perhaps I'm not a perfect person, but I don't want to quit. And I really would like to make GTII work. I just don't see it working. And I mean, it's pretty obvious it's not working right now. You need forceful management vision. I do give credit to Reichman, and you have to give credit to him. He did everything. He made the mistake of taking the toxic deal with the Kramers. But since he bought it back, he did everything he possibly could think of to catch the shorts out. It's just the system is stacked against us. But we can use that. We can slingshot that, you know. So I'd love to make GTII work. Fngr, I think, Donna, I'm guessing, not a prediction. I think Fngr might have some news before they ring the bell. But I should know. I'm going to go to New York. I'm still trying to raise a bit of money. Thank you for this 250 because I'm going to go to New York for 2 days. If I have enough, thank you, PS. I want to give him credit. Well, all right, I'll go find PS 71. Thank you very much. I want to try to stay in New York for more than just a night. So I'm trying to raise money. I put up, I showed my, early on, I showed my Zelle and I put my Venmo. I can't seem to make PayPal work right now. I tried. I spent about 35, 40 minutes on it this morning. I'll try again. And thank you very much to Gronk. Gronk is my favorite, but thank you, PS71, and thanks to everybody. We'll get through this, and I'm going to try to help make sure you guys all make money. Yeah, he may have, Daniel. Okay, folks. Come on, man. All right, Jenny. PS71 as the school. Let me go find PS71. There he is. I'm going to say thank you very much, PS71. It's mighty kind of you. Very kind of you. I missed a lot of you guys. I missed Ace. I missed Jenny. I missed Sandy Reeves. I missed they call me Deacon Blues. I missed a lot of you guys. Mark. I missed Ace. And Jenny. I miss both of you the most. I will try to, maybe we can have some sort of video, maybe we can do something. But thank you very much, PS71. I really appreciate it. Shake is saying that Popcorn is the most disappointing person. I would agree. I think what happens, Shake, is that eventually, if you're a CEO, you got a wife, you got kids, you're getting old. Eventually, you cash in. You try as long as you can to fight for shareholders. Your lawyers are telling you you've done all you can, and financing comes. And if you can do financing, not in a wink, with the system, you help out the system, and you can lock in your retirement plan, your private jets, your health care, your C-suite. They all fall for it. They all fall for it. Marty, I'm going to put this up. I agree with you. And I think that dividend might be catching out everybody. I can't get my dividend converted at E-Trade. I got my next bridge. I can't get the dividend free to trade. So it might work. He hasn't given up on it. And he hasn't given up on GTII. I agree with that, David, when I first got people to put up money for GTI, I told them it was a POS. There's nothing to it. It's a squeeze play. It still remains a squeeze play. But maybe I came on a little strong, but I really think if you're looking for fundamentals, and the other thing, I've made mistakes trading before. There was a company called Valley Federal Savings and Loan, and I had the best brain power, and I built a position in it. I think I was all of 25, 26 years old. I built a position in clients and for myself. I think it was the first time my account went to $1 million, but I might be exaggerating because I can't remember, but it went very high. And the savings and loan crisis came, and it knocked all of these companies down. And George H.W. Bush was in charge. And I remember he bailed out the savings and loans. Well, Valley Federal Savings and Loan, I believe it was out of Arizona and California. It had positive net worth. It had earnings. It had growth. And it was worth, God, it's so long ago. I think $10 or $12 a share. Might have been worth more. Even with it, the more stringent reporting requirements, it was worth a lot of money per share. I had a friend that came in to my office. His dad worked high up he was in banking, a wealthy guy. And his dad said, look out. And of course, I was so young, and I was talking to all my friends at different brokerage firms. There was research on it, and I was believing everybody. And this guy warned me, but I didn't listen, because what did he know? I figured he was just coming in and being negative. So what George Bush, H.W. Bush did, is he bailed out the savings and loans, and he got his friends, like the Bass brothers is one name I remember, but there were others, to come in and buy the savings and loans. And the bad assets were given to the taxpayer, and they were given to bad banks. They set up they set up a brand new, it wasn't FDIC, it was, I can't remember the call letters of it, but they set up a new federal agency, and the bad loans went to the taxpayer, and I think it was $1 trillion back when that was a lot of money. And the good assets were just given to the Bass brothers. And there was a hedge fund guy out of California, you'd remember his name. And the assets just were handed, the good assets were handed to people, and the bad assets taken away. And guess what? They came in and they wiped out good savings and loans, like Valley Federal Savings and Loan. They wiped out all the equity, and they gave the good assets to the Bass brothers, whomever. And the bad debt they gave to the taxpayer. And so the bad savings and loans were buried on the taxpayers, but savings and loans that did everything properly and were in a good position. Keating was one of the guys. But anyway, the good savings and loans got wiped out. That was the first time I lost everything and a lot of clients. And it's when I learned that you can round trip a trade and you have it all set up, And then government can do things, fiat, they can do things that just change the game and change. So you would think I would have learned, you would think I would have learned how to trade from that. No, I did it 2 or 3 more times. Kelly Oil and Gas was a big one that I traded. There was another one called Gas, and there was some other oil and gas companies. There was some mining companies and even a uranium company. There were some banks I traded. It's very hard to teach yourself how to not believe your own optimism and take some money off. So when I tell you that stuff, I've learned it. It's in me now. I don't even have to study it. It's all in me because I got hurt so many times. So VFED was the symbol. VFED. That wasn't the first one that killed me. Option trading was the first time I learned the lesson. I used to follow Elliott Wave and Bob Prechter. And, I used to make 100 cold calls a day, sometimes more. And, it's what you had to do. And that's not easy. So Prechter, the Dow was at like, I don't know what it was, 700. The Dow was at 700 or something. It was really low. And he was calling something, and it was all set up. So I took $400. Back then I had an account. It was the CMA account. So I would put my check in it. I had a card, my trading, a checkbook, pay my everything in one account, which was stupid. But I had $400, and I bought call options on I want to say it was the XMI. Is that possible? XMI? Anyway, it was a long time ago, and it was options on the Dow, or it was options on NASDAQ. I can't remember now, but it was options on the trading, and I want to say it's XMI, but whatever. So I think I bought 10 of them for 40 cents each. So I spent $400. And, I was going to Duke Zebert's. I had credit at Duke Zebert's, which was great. You could go by yourself, bring friends, sign it. And Randy Zebert would call me, come on, I need a payment. And so I would pay it off every month. But during the month, I would run a credit. And, I had, what else did I have? I didn't have that many bills. I think I had an Eastern Airlines card, believe that or not. And I think that was it. Anyway, so I took the $400 and I followed Bob Prechter. And lo and behold, about a week or 2 weeks later, I had $12,000. Initially it was over 10 and it went to 12 when I sold it. I had $12,000 in my account. And that I was all of 20, that was 1980. I don't remember the year. It was either 1981 or 82. And anyway, it was so much fun. And I kept trading and took some losses, took some wins. And I think I got my account up to $40,000 which is more money than I had ever seen in my life in one place. And it might have been 84. Anyway, I'd have to reconstruct it in my memory. But the inevitable happened. I'm out, doing things, enjoying life, and a bear market attack came and it wiped out my account. So I was high on the hog for many months and then I got wiped out. So a lot of times when I have my instincts, it's because I have tire tracks all over my back. Thank you, Donna. I really appreciate it, Donna M. I'm looking over there because I can see your face. And thank you, Aaron, very much. There's no face, so I'll look up there. Thank you, Aaron. Hey, Reggie. That's it, John. See, you're smart. Charles Keaton, Lincoln Savings and Loan. He took it all the way down. Obi-Wan. Thank you, Aaron, very much. I get Jenny, who's the kindest heart out there, telling me not to react. I didn't mean to react to anybody at all just now. I think I gave you my fullest description on GTI I have done. And I've always held back because there's some built-in conflicts. Also, if I just came right out and said, sell, 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 they'd put it all over the internet and the stock, I tried to, land the plane gently, but I also tried to look at other trades, but I'm not giving up by any means on GTII. If they call on me, you're going to have somebody that goes to work for you and will not quit. And I'm not saying they should or would call on me, but I'll make that stock go up and I will make it squeeze the shorts. So I'm not giving up on GTII. But it's not something to, when a stock turns on you, and I just gave you some examples. I kept trying to get the magic back with Valley Federal and there was another couple savings on, but you just have to accept. Darn it! I should have gotten out. Darn it! It round tripped. It didn't work. I just glad I took what I took out of it by buying a trip here and I used to tell clients the worst thing to do in options trading is that the first trade makes a lot of money. That's the worst thing to happen to you because then you think it's easy, you think you can do it again, and it's not easy and you can't always do it again. It's the same with trading stocks. And I forget what else I was answering. Now I have, Louise, I have mine, but I love that picture. You guys are so happy. That is wonderful. I love that picture. That's great. Congratulations. I sold some GTII to buy, for example, on that day, MMTLP. But I didn't sell very much because I didn't want to. I didn't, and I kicked myself. I wish I had sold enough. I can add it up quickly. I have 3005, plus 1,264. So I have 4,269 shares of Nextbridge. And I've kicked myself so many times, two ways on Nextbridge. I had a friend of mine for months telling me you should be looking at it. It was 50 cents, 80 cents, $1. And I just kept dismissing it. I wished I had done it then, but I didn't want to sell GTII. And then when I finally did at the end, because everybody was talking about it. My friend had been talking about it. I had been an investor in Torchlight, so I knew the story. I just told you what I bought, 4,269. I kicked myself. I wish I had bought 10,000 shares then, or I had bought 10 or 20,000 shares when it was under $1. But I didn't do it. I just bought it then. So I had to sell some GTII to get that done. I don't remember what GTII was selling for. I'm going to get, let's say it was selling for $4. I had to sell about, I don't think I sold 10,000 shares. That sounds too much. So it must have been selling over. It must have been selling at 5 or 6. But I did it in my IRA and my regular account. And I just sold a tiny bit. I wish I had done more now. But it made me so nervous to sell it because I wanted to see what a squeeze would do in MMTLP on Friday and Monday. And I said, oh, what the hell? Let's just sell a little bit. When it squeezes, you could come back and buy so much more GTII. Well, it didn't turn out that way. It turned out that I couldn't trade into the squeeze. And it turned out I never had a chance to come back and buy GTII. Now, with the long distance telescope, it actually looks like my Nextbridge, at least in this sort of short time frame, might be more value, but it's not. It's serendipity. It's not because I knew for sure that it would. I think what it is because Nextbridge inadvertently caught out the shorts, trapped the shorts, and Nextbridge does have a valuable property, and oil's gone from $27 to $90, and there's management there that is not going to screw shareholders. So in an ironic way, Luis, I don't know what percentage of my position what this was, but I own, for me, I own quite a bit of GTII. But this little bit of selling a tiny bit, buying this may be worth more than what GTII would have been worth if I had traded it well. The other bit I sold, Luis, I don't know why I'm telling you, but you're asking, I guess I should, is I bought shares of CRTD, and I had a big position in CRTD, and I paid up for those shares. My average price was not low. It started out low, but then I paid up because remember, and then maybe that was the one I forgot. GTII was willing to buy CRTD in a stock deal, admittedly, but the whales were willing to fund the ongoing what's the word? It's not really G&A. I guess it is G&A. It's not CapEx. That's what I wanted to say. It's not like GTII had, operational costs that were leading to revenue. But I guess it is general and administrative. But the whales were willing to pay for that, bring in a new CEO, and try to squeeze the shorts. And in fairness to David Reichman, he was willing to go along with it. But for some reason, the CEO of CRTD, just in his blood, I guess, he had to renegotiate, and they just told him to pound sand. So I remember, Luis, on that Friday, I called up somebody, I'm not going to say who, close to the situation. And I knew a lot of you guys were in CRTD, but I had a big position in CRTD. It was my biggest position. It was in my regular account and it was in my IRA. And it was profitable. As I'm talking to you, I don't remember how profitable it was on the Friday that I called, but at its high, because it went higher, I was like, wow, this is working. And I got really excited about it. So it was a nice number. Really nice number. But what the Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. I called somebody close to the situation on that Friday in the morning. And I said, you know, the way CRTD is trading, it doesn't look like the stock is going to be merged into GTII. And the answer I got back, oh, come on, you're being a PU, XXY, you're being, stop listening to the negativity. The CEO, both CEOs have agreed to it. The whales are doing it. The whales are backing it. It's the CEO of CRTD is all on board. He's going to become CEO of the combined operations. It's perfect for everyone involved, and everyone wants to catch up the shorts. So I didn't sell, Luis. I didn't sell my CRTD. But I'm telling you, I had sold some of my GTII to buy CRTD. Not at great prices. I didn't sell GTII at great prices, but I did do that. So anyway, that was around 11 a.m., 10:30 a.m. on Friday. And sure enough, come either it was Friday afternoon during trading or right after the close, they announced the merger is off. And it was either starting that Friday or definitely Monday morning. It wiped me out. And one guy that I'm not going to use his name, but I really respect him. He never returns my phone calls anymore. But I really think the world of him. He's a guy that if he gives you your friendship or his loyalty, and he's honest too, he's a great, great guy. I've never met him face to face, but I just think the world of him. That guy sold out immediately. And I think he sold his CRTD as soon as that was announced, he sold it at, my memory is like 40 or 45 cents. That was the best trade ever. And that's something to learn. When the news changes, when the news is bad, your first trade out is your best trade out. I didn't. I sat there going, oh, well, they got to put that deal back together. It doesn't make any sense. They're just negotiating. The whales are behind it. They got to put that deal back together. Well, I was wrong. So CRTD went down to like 21 cents. And then it changed its name. Then the CEO told people he wanted the hot money out. Then he started, and he called me. In fairness, I like him. I've met him. I think he's honest, and I think he has courage. I just think he's misguided. he called me up and asked me what's going on with the shorts and how it works. And I told him what I thought. And he said, "Can you prove it?" And I said, "No, you can't prove it, except it's there. As Richard taught me, it's circumstantial evidence. It's in the stock price." But when he realized I couldn't prove it, he really didn't talk to me anymore. But anyway. So anyway, Luis, I sold my CRTD at 6 cents, 5 cents, and 4 cents a share. So anyway, to the extent I got out of GTII, some of my money off the table at a better than what it's turned out to be price. But to my memory, it wasn't very high, you know, $2 or something like that. So 220, something like that. I lost it all in CRTD. And CRTD crushed me, absolutely crushed me. And it taught me, Luis, and some of my frustrations that boil up is I can present an idea to you guys and girls, men and women, ladies and gentlemen, comrades and comradeskis. I can present something to you and everything makes sense. But when the trading is so against us, when the criminals have carte blanche to, and I'm sure their attorneys tell them, hey, it's a loophole. You can sleep at night. Well, I was trained that we had to drive down the center of the highway of securities rules, and I had to take the tests. And it's one of the reasons I got hired at Merrill Lynch as a young kid. They had you walked in, and you, before you knew it, you were in this simulation. And one of the reasons that I was picked out of the hundreds, that the rest were all too flat. That's Monty Python. You have a pet halibut named Eric? Yes, I picked him out of the thousands. The rest were all too flat. The I forgot what I was saying. Breakfast at Williams. I'll think of it. I'll think of it. I can't remember what I was saying. So I got somewhat better of a price, but I ended up cratering in CRTD. And, I kicked myself, Luis. But when it was 6 cents, 5 cents, 4 cents, I looked at it. He did that deal with Lynn Partners again. And I said, this is going down. So I got out. And it felt horrible. But and particularly considering, I personally think that Jeff Easton and the CEO of CRTD did a bit of a double team to try to show that Jeff Easton isn't a criminal. And they made the stock go up a little bit. So it looked like I was totally wrong for a while selling. And I had to sit through when the stock seemed like it was going back up. But now, Luis, the fact that I sold it, let's call it 5 cents, and it's now, 1 cent. I didn't save that much, but I saved that little bit. And you know where I put it? I put it either into Logic or into one of the stocks that I can't talk about anymore. And we'll see. Maybe I'll get a return out of it. But anyway, Luis, I was too frank with you, but I think it's because you guys are so happy. And I think you were asking a sincere question. So I tried to answer it sincerely. Hey, Steve F. Thank you very much. Oh, that is amazing. From Gronk as well. I want to come hug Gronk. That's what I want to do while you're not looking. I want to come and hug him. Or it's a she. Gronk is a she. I can't. No, boy. You said boy. Thank you very much, Steve. You guys are the best. I'm gonna make this all work. Yo, I'll put it up right now. Yo, I'll put it up. I gotta go to a different section. Sorry, it's going. It always freezes. That's Zell Hell. That's my Zell. I'll leave that up for a second. And the Venmo is in the description of the YouTube. So I want to get what one of Steve's going to help me here already. But one of the things I'm trying to do, I've run down my cash reserves over the last many months, and I'm going to go to New York. I just went to Texas twice. I want to get back to London. And I'm going to go on this trip with Ham. I don't know if he's inviting me to India, but I'd love to do that with him because I've never been to India. But I want to get this exchange going. I want to get the shorts under pressure, but I also want to bring alternatives to you guys as investment. Anyway, I want to get a better computer, and I have one selfish goal. When I was in New York 2 weeks ago, I meeting all these guys. It was terrific. I met the Trento guys. I met a couple of guys that have invested in M. They're fantastic. I met some bankers. I met some wealthy guys, and of course Ham. And that was a great trip. But anyway, when I went into, it was a nice, really upscale. You walk in and you grab your purses and jiggled your jewels. I went to the restroom, and I wasn't drinking. I don't drink anymore, but I walked right into the wall was a mirror, and I walked into the mirror hard as I was going to the sink. It's because I can't see that well out of this eye. That's a goal I have is to get that done. Anyway, I want to move forward. I don't want to be trapped. I don't want you guys to be trapped, yo. And I don't want us to be victims. I want to use the system. I think we've been at it long enough to realize that the SEC, FINRA, Congress are not going to rescue us. So we have to be proactive. And I think, for example, this one gentleman and the other, he wasn't there in New York. These two guys that are driving Trento, or Richard Hoffman, who's working hard. I never see him anymore. I might have pissed him off. I don't know. But I never see him anymore. Ace, Busy was traveling. Junk Savvy, Anna, Queen of Trades, and so many more people. We have to keep the pressure on and keep going. These cowards, these greedy pickpockets, they're so joyful. They're gleeful. They will have their options. I love Gronk. Yeah, I'm going to show you. I'll show you something. Steve, if you're still there. My dog is so old. How old is he? He's so old. I don't have a joke. But here is my dog when I picked him up. But he's so old he can't jump anymore. He can't jump anymore. He almost falls down. He can't jump. This is when I went to Texas. That's my boy. That's boy. He can't jump up anymore. He's such a good boy. He's such a good boy. He's such a good boy. All right. And then while I was there, the other dogs came out, and they're all younger and bigger than Lucky, and they're jumping on him and want to fight and all that. But he's so calm. His energy is so calm. He never gets into any fights. So, all right. So I talked to Louise. Thank you again, Louise. Thank you, Donna. Thanks you, Aaron. Thank you to PS71 very much. Let me see if I can find him. I can't find him quickly. And thank you to Gronk and Candy and Steve. And I gave you the Zelle. The Venmo, yo, is in the that little it says subject and then it says describe or something. Do you think Fngr will be announcing something this week? I think so, but all in, I think the most beneficial thing of my trip will be meeting with the CEO and possibly and that's why I'm trying to get a little bit of quid in. I might try to stay an extra day or two so I can meet the CEOs of two or three of the companies we're in. And I'm not going to say them out loud because I don't have the appointments. I don't want to. But anyway, that's one of the reasons all in I'm going to do the trip. But as it relates to Fngr, I expect that the same things which we've been expecting all along could be announced before they ring the bell. But if it doesn't, don't be disappointed. Those items are coming inexorably, and they will come. The other thing I'd caution you is simply ringing the bell doesn't mean the stock's going to go up. But the chart of Fngr, I think when I was doing my little riff on charts, I'm doing this by memory now, but I think it had a downside of maybe 20 cents, maybe 50 cents in return to my memory. 425, 525, 625, 725, and 8 are my targets looking at the chart of Fngr. So I think Fngr is something to accumulate. It could shock the shorts at some point, like English shoal do it. But I think it's a great step to go to I'm really looking forward to it. It's an honor to be invited, and I'll try to learn more. But I think it's an enormous step for Fngr. Imagine the pictures, the publicity, the website, and imagine what institutions will think. But my point is, I don't expect it all by itself to immediately make the stock go up a lot. Thank you, Steve F. It's very awfully kind. Drop in the ocean compared to the amount of work you do. I don't know. I try and I get worn out, and of course I ruin all my work in one bit of talking that Jenny says nag, nag, nag. I say, why didn't I think of that? But on the other hand, Steve, I don't want to quit. I don't want to quit, but more than that, I don't want to leave the field open so these people can have the run of the field while they're under the evil influences they are. I hope one or two of them come to their senses and keep riding fences all alone. Freedom, oh freedom. They get forked on Fngr. Yeah, Ham had a good call. There isn't any news, Red Hook, on Fngr that I know about, but I think what Ham is doing right now, but although it's not in his control, it might be tomorrow, is one of the people I sat with in New York has set up the meeting with Ham and the attorneys for Trump. When you say that, there's not one attorney for Trump, but the attorneys for Trump who are in charge of the DJT and other things. And so as far as I know, Ham is going to sit down. I don't know if Devin Nunes is going to be there, but Ham is going to sit down. And the thing about Ham is he's got instant recall and a very quick mind. He's highly intelligent. And I think he's going to put forth the story of how broken the system is. And Red Hook, I think that he is going to find, whether Trump is there or not, but Trump's in New York and he can't leave. And part of me would like to be in New York next week. Maybe I'll get invited to meet Trump. But I think Ham may well be surprised how quickly a guy like the Donald would say, as he's sitting talking to the attorney, and the attorney's getting lost in his thoughts because it's complicated. And the Donald will say, who should I talk to? And he'd say, talk to him. The Donald pick up the phone. I'll meet you at what's that square pizza place? Vito's. I'll meet you there. Pick you up. We'll get some square pizza. I'll take you up to the office. I think that could happen. I wish I were there. Yes, he's so happy, and he's the best dog, and he is great. He's so adaptable. He loves meeting people, but he can't do anything very much anymore. I know because I can see his little movement and I know what he meant to do. And he's great with dogs. Other dogs come up to him. They're nervous. The owner's nervous. And I say, hey, he doesn't have an alpha bone in him anymore. And if the other dog gets too aggressive, Lucky just goes away. He used to, at the dog park, he would get to the dog park and there were a couple of women one woman that uh, one gay guy too. It wasn't just women. I stopped taking him. But Lucky would love meeting everybody, love meeting the dogs. And I would let him off the leash. And it's this huge park. And if other dogs got aggressive, because they do get aggressive with him, he wouldn't fight back. What he would do is start a race. And he would start running around the park. And he would have every dog, and he'd beat them all except this one whippet. He would beat them all, and he'd tire them all out. Most of the owners loved it. But now he can't do that, but he still has that instinct. Rather than getting in a fight, he moves away. So he's a great dog. He's been bitten before and never bite back. He's walked down the street with one of those apple strudel dogs hanging on his mouth because the dog bit him, and he's wagging his tail, walking where I used to live, and never did anything. But having said that, he's been attacked by German Shepherd and earlier, and by bull mastiffs, and he made I didn't see it, but he made one mistake. Although when I got there, he was I said, come on. And he just wagged his tail and walked away. But anyway, he's been a great dog. He's been a great, great dog. I get so scared I'm going to wake up and he's dead. But he's a great, great dog. Now I'm lucky to have him, Steve. I've gone through a period here which I still wrestle with, where 5, 6 different things in my life went tits up all at once, and pretty frightening, and pretty isolating in a lot of ways. And if I didn't have Lucky, I don't know. Lucky was truly wonderful through it all. And he's aged, but he still can bring the joy a dog can bring. Not constantly, because he doesn't hear that well, but he still has it, that live in the moment, don't regret. Dogs don't regret anything. They fight to do what they want to do, but if you say no, they take a deep breath and they look forward to the next thing. And that's how we all have to be. So I'm really grateful and thankful for him. And Steve, in my own goofball way, I really believe God brought Lucky to me, because I think, as I look back on it, I think God knew what was coming, and without Lucky, you think I'm screwed up now. I don't even know that I could even handle. You're going to think it's funny, but this can be stressful sometimes, believe it or not, and it can stay with me. And like yesterday, I didn't sleep that well, and I woke up this morning thinking about the debate back and forth on particularly the Middle East. And I really didn't mean anything as negative as what came back at me at all. I think I was trying to be on common ground, but on 2 aspects. One is children. I mean, children. And the other is how it affects our financial lives. But anyway, I was all in my head about that, and all sort of worked up. Could I have said it differently? Yeah, anyway, I always let myself down a little bit. Thank you, Doug. And thank you, Red Hook. Yo. Thank you. Wow. Thank you very much, yo. Everything. I have to get, I have a short list. And what everybody sent yesterday, including Gronk and Barbara, already moved me forward. And I've already got part of New York set up. I need more, but I'll get there. And then I've got some back stuff related to all this. And I really would like to improve what I'm offering. And the key thing is going to be a computer, I think. But it's also going to be, I probably need to, do I hire an editor or do I just work with somebody long distance who can help me? But for sure, this disaster in front of me, it's been a good computer, I guess, but no, it's been letting me down. Thank you, yo, very much. MAGA 24. Make trading great again. Well, Donna, I think he would expand his voting base if he champions retail. I think one way that he would really expand his voting base or solidify what's an expansion, I think he should pick Byron Donalds as his vice president. Because I think African American men are moving to Trump and will do so. I think it's very hard for Trump to attract women of the, the blue side of the aisle. They hear things out of him, they see things out of him, and it reminds them of the worst boyfriend they ever had. They think he assaults women, which, I'm not saying what he admitted to is the greatest thing. I guess I'm losing hair today, gone tomorrow. But it said they let him. He's never going to make inroads on that. So I think Byron Donalds, he can make inroads. I like Anna Paulina Luna too, but she's, I think, a little bit young. Byron Donalds is young for me, but he's not all that young. But I trust Byron to not get warped by the Uniparty and become a rhino. The other thing, Donna, you would, I've Googled it, but a friend of mine who I raised money for and who has his own broker dealer, he served in Vietnam. He's a great guy. He's a Democrat, Massachusetts, hardworking. He has a brokerage firm where he's high net worth. He's hired a lot of brokers, and almost all of the brokers he's hired that have transferred to him are women. And he can't believe it. But he told me, Donna, and I can't confirm it, but I believe it, that in the United States of America, if your wealth, and I think it's based on financial assets, but it might also be real estate. But if you're measuring who owns the most wealth in the United States of America, and your two choices are men or women, who owns the most wealth? Who controls the most wealth? You'd be surprised by the answer. Women. Women own the most wealth. Women control the most wealth in the United States of America. So I think that's why oftentimes I get in trouble by pointing out that if women recognize the threat to their accounts and their retirement accounts and their pensions that this behavior causes. And the bad behavior is often caused by men. I don't know if it's something in our makeup, but if women figure out that our financial system is fraud, and if it's true, which I believe this guy, he's not like me. He's a very careful, well, I'm careful and thoughtful, but he's not going to say things that he can't back up. I'm not either, but I think I go further out on the edge maybe than some, and certainly more than he does. And anyway, I totally believe that it's true that women own and control more wealth in the United States than men. So imagine if Trump focused on retail, he might get more women on his side. He's only going to be there 4 years, so he's got to pick somebody that can step in for him. And ideally, it could be a woman. But when I went down the list of available women, the only two I come up with are Tulsi Gabbard, and I think she'd take it. And Anna Paulina Luna. I don't like Kristi Noem. I don't trust her. Marjorie Greene, I think I trust her, but I think she's too bombastic. I think she would lose voters. I love her combativeness. That one Bobbitt, I don't think she can be it. I couldn't come up with a woman. I know Stefanik maybe, but that's New York. What can Trump really win New York? Maybe Stefanik. Byron Donalds is a bad choice because he's Florida and Trump now lives in Florida, and there's something about that. But I think Byron Donalds, I've seen him in person. When I went to the Gary Gensler Senate hearing, wow, Donalds was great. Sourpuss Maxine Waters was up there too. Donalds was great. Absolutely amazing. I think he would make a good vice president. And with 4 more years, he'd be almost 50. I don't know how old Obama was when he was elected, but Byron Donalds, I think, I think Byron Donalds could step in as president. I'd be confident in him. I would be too with Tulsi Gabbard. I would be. And frankly, even though she's too hot for school, she dresses conservatively. She doesn't use her physical charms. When she's in office, she doesn't. I guess I'm going to have to sign off, but she doesn't use any of her physical the way AOC does. So I think Anna Paulina Luna could do it, but she's what, had 1 year. I don't know the answer. But yeah. So Steve, why don't you give me a call sometime when you don't have any class? Remember Rodney Dangerfield? Hey, what are you doing Friday night? Oh, I'd love to go, but I'm teaching class. Well, how about tomorrow night? I've got class. Why don't you give me a call sometime when you don't have any class? He said something like that. Yeah, I do too, Steve. And I think, Steve, it's much more Could he give me that hair back right there? It's much more in our face than we realize. We get so distracted. We get so caught up, and I get caught up. Man, sometimes, Steve, you just listen or pay attention. You go, wow. Like people, I think God comes into our lives through people, but also obviously through animals, obviously, and that's how I see it, and other ways. I didn't mean to go on that long, Mark. I got talking. I hope you're through the, the bug. I talked about, we listened to him without taking any questions. I talked about these stocks. Anyway, I can't find it, but the list of stocks that we had gone through for the January effect. I talked about those in terms of charting and whatever. And then somebody asked me about GTII and how I had predicted 10,000 in GTI, which I don't ever recall saying that. I mean, it might have been a throwaway line or something. But anyway, I went through a very long disgorgement of my thoughts on GTII because it's come up over and over and over again. And I wasn't upset with the gentleman. I forget his name now. But I think it's not fair to judge a setup which was right there, and then things change along the way pretty dramatically, and you're still holding it to that original setup. That doesn't make sense to me. That's like, I don't know what example to give. It's like bases are loaded, the pitcher has been wild, the count's 3-0, and the batter's left-handed slugger up, and it's a short, and you call for a grand slam in that moment. But then maybe either the coach changes the pitcher, which is the most likely thing, or maybe that pitcher, the catcher goes and meets him and says, look, ignore it. Go ahead and throw your whatever pitch. And he throws a changeup. The big left-hander swings and gets just under the ball, over the ball, drives it to the shortstop. The shortstop throws it immediately to the catcher. The catcher throws it to first, 2 outs. It's like saying you're still going to get a grand slam. Anyway, I went through that discussion. And then I talked a little bit about banking and how I see it, and that there's a change. I believe that for certain, the next 40 years are going to be different than the last 40 years. But Mark, I think over the next 5 or 10 years, and maybe very much sooner, we're all going to face a different financial world. And my whole goal has been, and I thought it would be through these squeeze plays. And I didn't come on here thinking that I was going to spend my life in these stocks that normally one wouldn't talk about. But I think that with him and some of the momentum, there really it has been and may well still be changes in our financial lives, these trades, but then you got to make other decisions. But we may have to do it stair step as well. And then we talked about, I don't remember what else, some other things. And then Gronk talked about Gronk, the best dog in the world, other than Lucky Boy. Well, a Southern woman would, Donna, look, I agree. I think your thoughts are right, but your point was expanding his voter base, and to me, a Southern woman, it doesn't expand nothing, and the overeducated, overpaid brainiacs at MSN will just make fun of the Southern woman as being stand by your man, and not being educated and just being rubes, which is just such an arrogant way of dismissing the deplorables or the flyover. It's just terrible. MTG, I don't think MTG expands the base, and I actually think it might turn some people to voting for RFK. I like RFK, always have. I've read his book, given away his books. I really like RFK. There must be another woman out there that could be, I don't know. But Donna, as much as it would be good to have a female vice president, which would be groundbreaking on the Republican Party side. Oh, I know who else. Saunders, the governor of Arkansas. I think she would be fantastic, but she doesn't want it. She would be fantastic. I think that would be a perfect vice presidential candidate. But anyway, as much as it would be to have a woman, right now, I think the Republican Party has the greatest chance of expanding into Democratic voters through minority men, Black African American men, Latino, Latina, Latinx, whatever you want to call it, Hispanic men. But actually, I think Hispanic women will come over. But I don't think Trump as a exemplar or as a magnet. I don't think he's going to pull any white liberal women, zero. And I don't think he'll pull any African American women. Maybe a handful, but very few. But could Donald Trump pull African American men in a large enough number that Democrats stand up and go, what the heck happened? Yes. Could Trump pull Hispanic? I'm sorry if I'm using the wrong word. Hispanic voters, male and female? Yes, I think so. Anyway, that's just, don't count on me. I'm looking at your face, but I know your eyes are up there. But I'm not, what do I know? Yeah, Mark, it's great. Super chat has been awesome. It was PS71 and Gronk. Frank, sorry. Steve. No, there it is. Steve F. God. Sorry, Steve F. But anyway, it's awesome. And I'm not trying to be greedy, but yesterday, today, and the next 2 days, this week, I'm asking for money, and I'll try not to do it again. But I I've never done it before. And I think since you've gotten to know me, I think people would realize I wouldn't do it unless I need to. That's all. So anyway, it was great. Steve was great. Gronk was great. Lucky doesn't let me hug him. Sometimes when he's asleep, I can put my head on his head. The other thing, he's at least with me, he lets me go down and snip when he's. What I do at night, Steve, is I break up his treats and I throw him around the bed so he can climb up, and then I don't think he sees well, but he can sniff, and for about 15 minutes he's looking for treats, his tail's wagging. He's like a puppy again. But I can go down and sniff right next to him, and he lets me do that with him. So um, I watched a movie, Mark, one of those Christian movies, and the one guy said, God is great. And the other guy from Trinidad or Africa or something said, every day, all the time. That was it. The first guy would say, God is great. And the other guy would say, every day, all the time, or one of those. So I agree with you. You don't have to listen. It's the same old me. It's the same old me. I don't know, Joe S., but one thing I heard, and I've got to follow up on, Kristen Shaughnessy has agreed to come live with me and come live at the same time with Anna. Now, last week, I was meant to send out an email to set it up for this week, but I went to Dallas instead, and I had to get quickly organized Friday, arrange to one of you all helped me with that flight, and then I had to arrange for my dog anyway. And when I got back, that was Thursday, Friday, so I had to do that Wednesday. When I got back, I was knackered on Saturday. So I've got to set that up, Joe. So what is my point? The point is that what I heard from it might not have been either of those. It might be been somebody else whose name I don't want to use, who I was speaking with, but because I might be misquoting. But what I heard, Joe S., is that if I were to do a live and it had Anna and it had um, uh, Kristen Shaughnessy, or if I did a live maybe with, um, I'd love to do a live with Junk Savvy, face for movies and voice for radio, or with Busy, or with others, but with more people in it than just me, and maybe a better background. They could use it for the movie. They need a little bit more. They need some more. Uh, uh, what's it called? Snips. They need some more footage. They need some more footage for the movie. So, Joe, I that's something I'll work on this week too. But they've worked hard on it. I met with those guys. It cost me a lot of money. I paid for their lunch, but that's not what cost me money. What cost me money is I didn't effing pay attention to my Fngr options that day. But anyway, that's yesterday now. But they are working hard. They're talented. It's a great crew. I expect that the movie's going to be powerful. Donna, Fngr is a great accumulation, and I'm not sure it's ever going to be a sell again down at these levels. Once Fngr achieves it, I mean, if it's a squeeze, you sell. But if Fngr achieves just on fundamentals a new level, and you're still in the stock, one thing we can do is sell calls against the stock position. But there's a lot to understand about that, and particularly if you don't want to lose your stock, you have to be careful. But there's ways to bring income around the stock in a non-speculative way by selling calls rather than buying calls. And we can talk about that then. It's something I would do. Not legal advice is correct. I haven't spoken to him, but I have met with the gentlemen all of the gentlemen who are trying, as far as I know, it's all of them, who are trying to bring businesses into GTII. And he's absolutely right about that. So he's not misleading you, Donna, at all. But nothing's going to happen, to repeat myself, nothing's going to happen as long as something's got to change. That's all I'll say. Thank you, MC. Thank you very much. $10 is awesome. Everything helps. And I'm going to I get worked up sometimes. So people get turned off. I get it. But I really want to make everybody here, and further people financially better off because of listening. But Ace, Busy, Junk, Anna, Ham for sure, Richard, others, Rosa, Lion has great ideas. Arca does a great job. There's a lot of resources here. In a lot of ways, because Wall Street has completely abandoned it as a group, we're recreating the environment that has ideas. Hopefully we can get research. Hopefully we can get honest investment banking. Hopefully we can get kind of a trading desk. Hopefully we can get an exchange. Hopefully we can get a buying power across enough ears. My manager used to say, you need more ears. In other words, people who are listening. But maybe the modern thing is eyeballs. But maybe we can recreate what used to exist on Wall Street by everywhere you looked. It's not there anymore. There's good people on Wall Street, though. But anyway, MC, $10 is fantastic. I really appreciate it. That's it all the time. So it goes like this. It goes like this. God is great all the time. Isn't that? I saw it. I loved it. Hey, Joe S. Tesla. I really worry about those cars, all that, but the battery technology and the shorting. Who's this? MC. Thank you, MC. I appreciate it more than you know when I get positive, because sometimes I go out And I think, did I go too far? And then some people say I'm a, yeah. I'll go to the one that bothered me. Somebody said I'm a Hamas lover, not Hamas, or a Hamas sympathizer or something. I was like, good Lord, I never said that. Although that's probably more nuanced than I can talk about here too. But his implication was, I support this kind of, you know, attacks. I never said that. So that leaves me down. And so I appreciate MC that you let me know that. And I always forget about the people in the back of the class or in the front of the class or the side. It's the same hands lots of times. I like Investors Business Daily. And I learned a lot of chart reading from that guy. I'm trying to digest that, Mark. I don't think anyone expected Tesla's earnings to be great. That's my opinion. I don't know the metrics that one should use for Tesla. And I early on thought it was overpriced. But to me, what's more important about Tesla is cash flow and whether or not Tesla can follow sort of the Amazon model where they can sell things, claim the market space, and then eventually they're the only game in town. So that I would look more at sustainable cash flow that covers operations. The other thing I think about Tesla, and not that you should listen to me, I think the strongest thing about Tesla, but I would also say that about MMAT or other companies, if Tesla can standardize and come up with the go-to battery storage technology, the technology that stores wind power or geothermal or wave or even people sitting in a gymnasium on bikes, pounding their watching TV, pounding the wheels on bikes. If those could spin off excess electricity and store it in batteries created by Tesla, if he could standardize it, big scale, small scale, whatever, Tesla would be the biggest stock in the world. So anyway. More affordable vehicles. I think that's the right strategy. I think it's Nissan has created a truck for $20,000. And it's a nice truck, basic, but you can't buy it in the United States. You can only buy it in Southeast Asia, Africa, China. That's true. Stay positive. Love your life. Love your neighbor's wife. No, I didn't say that. Peace, love, happiness. Do you see that? That's huge. Revenue is 21 billion, massive, but it misses by less than $1 billion. So based on the fact that Tesla went up, my guess is the miss was actually lower than the consensus for what the miss was. The consensus might have been a 52-cent number. But I bet there was a lot of negativity calling for a bigger miss, and then there was relief that the miss wasn't as bad. Hey, Juan Ramirez, Lucky's great. He's such a good boy. We had a long walk today. We went to a cafe that lets him in, and we sat there. He flirted with everybody he could, and he's so old that when he spins around, he gets his legs trapped in the leash, and he can't lift his legs high enough to get out of it. So he's a little frustrated by that, but he had a fun time. He's doing well. Thank you, Juan. I hope all's well in your life. 1.2 operating profit, down 50%. I don't know why it's up then. I don't know why it's up. That none of that sounds particularly good. But, as compared to what? I don't think there's any automobile company anywhere doing that well right now. It costs people $1,500 a month to get a new car. It's ridiculous. All right. I got to charge my phone, walk my dog, and Jenny Rebecca called me. Jenny, I'll call you if you're still watching. I'll call you back or text you. I don't know what else to talk about. Let me just check. Let me check one stock price. It's down. I'm not telling you which one, it's down. And let me check one last stock price. See, I'm telling you. Logic closed at 0.0373. Yesterday it closed at 0.0375. And what's weird on that stock, every day they sell it down, but for the last few days, it always seems to close strongly. I don't know. I don't know anything that I can explain why it's going up, but I do believe they're going to announce the reverse merger as a solid deal, and they're going to have their 10K completed by 45 days from the end of the quarter would be May 15th. So maybe it's just, I don't know. Anyway, it's just interesting. Cheaper car. Yeah, I like that. That's why Nissan came out with a $20,000 truck. To me, if Volkswagen came out with the Bug again, or Yugo came out with a Yugo, it would sell like, if somebody came out with a $10,000 brand new car, $15,000 brand new car, it would sell like hotcakes. If Jeep came out with a Jeep instead of an SUV, it would sell like hotcakes. Marty Party, I'm going to write your name down. Yeah, I've been working on it, Marty, but no, I didn't get into it. Mark figured it out. I don't know how to get in. I'm trying, but I'm writing everybody's name down. I'll tell you, Marty, where we are. I talked to the company yesterday, and I've reserved with a gentleman I'm working for. I've reserved $500,000 worth of the stock verbally. Of course, it can always change. So I have half of that, 250,000, for people to invest in. If it gets higher, I'm sure we can work it out. The company wants to raise that money right away and get a third-party certification of the gold recovery. The largest shareholder wants to run it through a pilot plant. So it's two different amounts of money. I think they should do both in parallel. But Marty, I'm going to work on it tonight and tomorrow morning. I wish I had somebody I could talk to tell me how to do it. I'll figure it out, Marty. But I've talked to quite a few people on this list, and I want to give to the company a number, an indication of interest tomorrow. And it not to hold anybody to it, but an indication. Because Marty, what I'm worried about is there's a lot of wealthy people in this stock already, and some amount of money raise is going to cause the rest of them just to quickly fill it out because they don't want to miss out. It's the reluctance, but then if it reaches a certain number, hey, I want to participate. It's one of those. So I want to get my number in. I was only able to reserve that amount on Friday or Saturday. So I haven't been delayed. I've been working on it, but I was only able to get that amount reserved for sure. The total raise is 5 million. So there should be more room, Marty. I want to put money in myself. The metrics, to cut to the chase, one metric is there's risk. There's risk, but it's at the end. It's as they keep saying. I'm not a football player, but it's at the end zone. It's after 17 years and the last 4 years of work, of testing, of laboratory. There is a pilot plant, but not a production plant. It's really at the last bit, and gold is doubled, almost tripled from the low point. So it's great timing, and the price is so cheap. So the two metrics, Marty, one is people coming in now are paying 4 cents a share, 4 cents a share. I believe I put $250,000 in this stock. It might have been a little bit more, but my average price is anyway, it's at least 45 cents. I think it's closer to 60 cents a share. So this 4 cents is just bloody well right. You're right. You're bloody well right. You didn't have anything to say. So 4 cents. I believe just in the numbers, I'm not going to run through them with you with a number of shares. You can calculate how many ounces of gold, and then you can use prices for what companies pay for gold, proven gold in the ground. That number comes up at a minimum to $4 a share. But then you can put in what companies would pay, if there's a bidding war, and that comes in at $40 a share. And if you put in a number that they just get a JV partner and they just produce it over the next 10 or 20 years, how much you could get per share, that number is another huge multiple above that. I'm not going to say it because it's so ridiculous. So, Marty, one metric is paying 4 cents and it goes to $4. That's 100x. Now, it's a public company that doesn't trade, and I don't think it will trade necessarily right away. It could. There could be delays, but we're putting up the money now. And I know this guy. I'm an investor for 15, 16 years. So I know it. I want to put more money in. But there's the risk, Marty, that they ask for more time. And I suppose there's a risk that the recovery is much lower than what they think it is now. I suppose that's a risk. I guess another risk is, I don't know, Yellowstone blows up. I don't know. I mean, there's always risk. But at 4 cents, going to the kind of the lowest sales price JV, and we should know everything by the end of the year, but let's say it takes 18 months. I think it goes to $4. That's 100x. That's better than any of these squeeze plays. And it's a way maybe of making up for some losses elsewhere. But I think any money put in, you have to be of the mindset that you get ready for disappointments in terms of time and whatever. But I don't believe there's going to be any of that. They want to build the pilot plant, produce gold, and sell the company or get a joint venture partner by the end of the year. That's how fast track it is. And the logical buyer is Newmont Mining or Barrick Gold, or both of them combined. And anyway, it's pretty exciting. So one metric, you're paying 4 cents a share. I think it could go to $40, $50, $100 a share in some sort of exciting scenario. Best case could be higher than that. So if it just goes to $4, it's 100x. So that's one metric. The other metric to look at is the third party confirmed gold using caustic fusion is 6.6 million ounces of gold, 6 million ounces of gold. Now, this is nano gold. It's invisible gold, just like the gold that's in the Carlin trend that makes Newmont and Barrick, it makes Nevada the largest producer of gold in the United States, and made Newmont from a penny stock to a major player. And then they both work together now with this nano gold. They recover 0.03 ounces of gold per ton, to my memory, in their big autoclaves. So they're the natural buyers. But anyway, the way this is priced on the 6.6 ounces of gold, I don't know in my head right now. If we speak, I'll have that calculated. But over the last several years, using a proprietary technique, using the proven third-party calculated, engineered resource base, and expanding the recovery for the improved recovery that they've done in the lab over and over and over and over and over again. And now they need to do it in the pilot plant. The amount of gold recovered is 33 or 36 million ounces projected. The next level is if they drilled lower, which they have with 2 wells, but they have to do it multiple times. And if they drill between their sections, they have one section and then they drilled a further one. If they drill simply in between and deeper, they think they'll have 100 million ounces of proven reserves. And I know that sounds complete insanity, but that becomes the largest discovery in North America, in the world, in the last 50 years. Now, there's a company, Novo Gold, working on a discovery in Alaska that's 44 million ounces. My friend tells me there's a play in Bougainville that is pretty big, but I don't know how far along they are. And it was discovered a long time ago. The one in Alaska was discovered a long time ago. It's just that they are building it out. And then there's a play in Australia that Eric Sprott invested in, and it's called Novo Resources, I think. And this could be bigger than South Africa. Now, they've had some disappointments because the resource isn't continuous. And I'm trying to remember the symbol. I bought some of that at $4 and I had to get out. But guess what? The criminals shorted it to absolute oblivion. And so they've had a hard time. And Eric Sprott's one of the investors. He's also an investor in a silver company I like that has been shorted. And so this is a prevalent problem, what happens with the stock price. In the case of Ireland, it's not trading. It can't happen. So that's good news in case of this company. So what did I want to tell you about? The metric. The metric is you are paying $1 an ounce of gold at 4 cents. You're paying $1 per ounce of gold. $1. The process is then estimated to cost a ridiculously low cost. The industry cost of recovery of gold is something like $1,200, anywhere from $500 to $1,200 an ounce. This estimate is so low, I'm embarrassed to tell you. So why don't we just use gold right now is trading at 2,300. Let's just use $300 an ounce. That's much more than the estimated cost, believe it or not. If you use $300 an ounce just for simplicity, the gold in the ground is going to result in revenue and profits of $2,000 an ounce. You're paying $1 an ounce. You're paying $1 an ounce. So anyway, I think it's a very exciting opportunity, Marty. It's only for people that are accredited investors, people that can take the fact that it's a private, that it's essential, it's not going to trade right away, and it's also only for investors that aren't going to turn into any kind of trouble, because this literally, they're going to take 2 months to build out the plant, 6 months to, it's already built, refurbished, and 6 months to produce or less. And they're going to know the results. They're going to be talking to big companies, and probably by the first or second quarter of next year, it'll be sold or joint ventured. That's how quickly it can go. Yeah, I'm really excited about it. All right, Brandon Judkins. I'm going to take a picture of that because I don't want to write it down. Thank you, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go. I'm so glad, Donna, that you moved it to AST. Mine are there too. So that is beautiful. That is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. And Brandon's mad at me for saying, let's go, Brandon. It wasn't Brandon, it was Brandon. I'm just teasing anyway. So Marty, that's what I would like. And so for $4,000, and I'm not, I'm not giving I have to put people in touch with the company. I'm just making the introduction. There's no markup or anything in it. There's no commission. So you just talk directly to the company. Because I'm introducing people, even though I don't know you per se, you all, if you come in, you all, that's out of, don't mention the war. You come in as the private placement investors that are already in. So anyway, if one were to invest $4,000, that buys 100,000. That buys 100,000 shares. And if there's a Marty, if they go the way the largest shareholder wants to go, they'll have double the shares out than if they just go simply with a third party confirmation. So I'm going to judge it by the largest number of shares out. But if you used, let me just use a low number for the buyout. Sorry. Divided by if you used, Marty, a low number for buying the gold in the ground, not the lowest number, but a low one, the stock would probably be worth $9 or $10 in a buyout per share. So if someone were to put up $4,000, they get 100,000, and let's just say it's worth $9. It's 900 grand. Look, it's kind of an on-off switch. Other than if they say we need more time, it's kind of on-off. There's no reason that it won't be the bigger numbers if it works at the lower level. So anyway, it's really a way to risk reward. It's just on a fantastic level. Yes, Julie Kim, you can. Let me write you down. You have to email me. I got to write you down. You have to email me at Farrand Balanced at Gmail. FARRAND balanced at Gmail. And I've written you down. If you don't email me, I'll try to contact you. But yes, Julie, you can. You can send it to farrandbalanced@gmail.com. I've got to get into that darn email. Let me go up here and finish. I'm going to come down, reset my password. All right, reset my password and email. There was okay. All right, I'll try that, Mark. I'm having the hardest time fixing anything in my life, like PayPal. I can change anyway. I'll work on it. Okay, I'll do it, Mark. All right, Denard Ernest. I'm writing you down. We might get blown off. And one of the reasons I've pushed to reserve some, if a big whale comes in, we might get blown off. That's why I want to get moving. I've talked to the company. I want the documents. I want where to send it. And they're going to get that all for me tomorrow. But then they're putting something out to all investors. So I'll work on it tonight. I won't let it go. And Brandon Judkins. I wrote you down, Brandon, didn't I? Okay. Pete, I agree with you. Christopher. Okay, Christopher Saunders. That's T-low. T-low hits a new low. Soon it's going to be T-low hits a new high. This is one of the doctors on the team. Christopher, I have to do a video on that. I was going to do it this morning, believe it or not. But they were working on my road, so I couldn't do it. Donna, I agree with it. Nextbridge, I think, is worth right now is worth a significant amount of money to me. I don't know how many shares you have, and many people received a lot more shares. I overpaid. If I had used the money I used and bought it before, I would. But anyway, we are where we are, and even at $50, Nextbridge is meaningful to me. But I think Nextbridge, on any calculation I can do, is worth hundreds of dollars a share conservatively. I think by the time the whole system gets to settling it, could be a big, big number. And you all know my number. It's over 1,000. But I always get afraid that the lawyers on the bad guys' side will hear a low number and start there. I think they should start at a high number. All right, I'll do that. Thank you. And Julie Kim, I've got Julie Kim written down. Rob Seguno, how are you, Robert? Sugano, sorry. How long am I going? I'm ending now tonight, but if you're talking about New York, I'm going to go for 2 days, but I'd like to extend it for 3. All right, Phil Haynes. Are you related to the singer? Phil Haynes. Charlie M. I'm not sure I was supposed to write down Phil Haynes. But I'm not going to erase it now. And Donna. Oh, Donna. Oh, Donna. All right, everyone. I'm going to go back up to MC. I'm going to thank MC. I'm going to go up to Gronk and Candy and Steve F. and say thank you. I'm going to say thank you to Donna. I'm going to say thank you to Aaron. And if I can get up to PS71, I'm going to say thank you to PS71. And come back down to Steve and say thank you. Also say thank you to Yo and everybody else that used Venmo or Zelle. All right, guys. Peace, love, and happiness. Thank you for always going through my ups and downs. We're going to get through this. We're going to make money, and we're going to have a win. We are going to have a win. So here's the happiest people that I've seen in a while. And so let me sign off. I didn't get to say hi to Jenny, but let's say continue to pray for Jenny. I don't know when we run out of time to just say a prayer for Lou Bravo. I think we should, and I do. And maybe say a prayer for all the children in the world who are caught unexpectedly in starvation and war zones. And, while we're at it, maybe pray for all of us too, and that we get a breakthrough. All right. So cheers. Peace, love, happiness. Ciao.